My precious golden dreamer on magical golden Blossom on the creature those glorious September Precious golden dreamer is magical golden shell I got a beast in fire on let's go breathing fire In a blowing funny so very very sweet Musical breaking the darkness chosen breeze Your master crazy the everything In a war I feel in my broken undershow Your witch's golden prayer from Maria's born the sea You got a beast in fire los glorious December In a witch's golden prayer for Maria's born the way Resting on the creature
the medical Florico.
The glorious September With its golden breaker Its magical golden shell I got a beast in fire On magical breathing fire
In a blowing funny so very very sweet
Musical breaking the darkness chosen breeze
Your master crazy the everything
In a war I feel in my broken
undershow Oh, with its golden from Maria's born the free You got a beast in fire
Good evening. Hey there, Tavio. Time for the answers are. And small bombs. Oh. And I'm not sure if I should have done this, but
Throw 5 TB1 love.
thank you for the subscription. Thank you very much. For 8 months. Andrew Borger, yeah. I'm a horrible person. Oh my. That was just so out of left field though. I was like, make her into a burger? Like, oh my. Andrew Borger. How was the game yesterday? Didn't watch the VOD. Let's see. Oh, wait, what was I? Name mixed up. What was I playing yesterday? Magenta Horizon. There we go. Magenta Horizon was pretty good, but it's not really for me. I'm just not good with combos. Like, it has so many combos for attacks that you can do, and when like I don't play fighting games. I find it a massive pain to try and remember all the combos, and it's just I don't really find it enjoyable myself, but I think it is a pretty good game. So I mean, for anybody that likes stuff like Devil May Cry, or well, Devil May Cry mixed with Metroidvanias, that's sort of what it's like. Did I get to the end of the demo? I don't think so. I got to like level 3-1 and I was like, I think I'll stop here. I was like an hour and a half into it or something. So, and then I tried Lilith Wants to Buy Your Soul. That was interesting. I thought there would be more to it, but I don't know. It feels like it sort of leaves you hanging. But it was neat. It was neat. Yeah, I did play that then. And then after that, I just played some Hollow Cure. Oh, I don't have this on game sound. Let me fix that. There we go. Okay. And then game capture. There we go. Yeah, Hollow Cure is pretty fun. I've been playing that a lot off stream. Oops. Clicked off the screen here. So good. Like, it's only version 0.6, so there's a lot more to come, and it's mostly made by one guy from what I understand, and it's just so good, and it's free. Let's see. Now, I know we read this last time, but I sort of forget. Enjoy this new game by a new game master. Now, what's this about a new game master? It has already reached a climax. The culprit has been cornered. Nothing left to do but await the final checkmate. Yes, right. Because it was definitely small bombs. Quality is fairly easy. What could possibly deceive you after all this time? Yeah. What could possibly deceive us? Hey there, Hitoshira. Episode 5 is one of the best. Oh? Yeah, well, let's get into it. This story is very obviously fictional and fantastic in nature. Any resemblances to existing individuals, yada yada. Yeah. It's not real. Or is it?
このバカが ろうが。殺したらそなたが歪めるだろうその表情が楽しいからの他に何の理由が必要なのか。
What is going on already? Huh.
ほらほら、目をつむらずにちゃんと見ろよ。ほらほらほらほら、魔法だよ、家具だよ。そなたがどんなにわらわや魔法の存在を否定しようとも、ほらほらほらほらほらほら。
Oh, is this like a recap?
悪いなバトラー、結構面白かったぜ。しかしお師匠様の言う通りにしてみたんだが、本当に結構いいとこまで行けたな。
Yeah, this is a recap.
何でもツンツンと残虐を尽くした後に程よくへたれて出れてみせると好感度ってやつが大幅アップするんだろ。
Oh, very short recap. Or is that foreshadowing? Is it just Beatrice playing again? That lonely tone was the desolate sound of the wind blowing by. The glittering rose petals on these bushes were all golden. The cloud of gold butterflies that had once danced through this golden rose garden like fluttering rose petals was no longer anywhere to be seen. The master of the Golden Land is the Golden Witch, Beatrice. She might be called inhumane and cruel, arrogant and outrageous, or perhaps naive and simple. That laugh of hers, which lost its grace more and more the longer it continued, could no longer be heard. The Golden Witch Beatrice sat like a doll, resting in a deck chair adorned as beautifully as the golden rose garden itself. She wasn't relaxing there. Her eyes were empty. She didn't respond to any questions. Even so, she was not permitted to sleep. Beatrice sat like a doll. Her hair was down, and Virgilia was carefully tending to it with a comb. The usual Beato would surely have spent this time complaining about this and that regarding her hairstyle. However, she made no response, showed no reaction. So it really only looked like Virgilia was combing the golden hair of a large doll. There was a table alongside them. On it sat a chessboard, along with a jumble of black and white pieces locked in a closely fought battle. However, this setup looked somehow different from normal chess. Maybe the game was similar, though not identical. And on the other side, sitting back in his chair as he contemplated his next move, was a young man. No, perhaps it wasn't his next move he contemplated. Every once in a while, he would change the positions of the pieces, reconsidering the situation after every change. Maybe he was reconstructing previous games, trying to discover the thought process behind the moves that had been made. In the past, Kinzo, the Ushiromiya family head, once said that learning chessboard arrangements was like taking a journey through the thoughts of the old masters. Ushiromi Battler was on a journey, a search for the thought process that had led the Golden Witch to create this arrangement and make these moves. Battler took a black piece that should have been moved forward and returned it to its original place, sighing deeply. Battler's pieces were white. However, on this chessboard, the black encampment was on Battler's side. He was reconstructing that arrangement, trying to play Biyato's role.
お前の指し手はやればやるほどに理解できねえぜ。
Even Battler didn't expect that Biyato would respond to that statement. Or rather, he was pretending to talk to himself, thinking there might still be some chance of her responding. Biyato's eyes reflected nothing, and her mouth told nothing. Well, her expression just moved. After begging him to kill her, the Golden Witch had become a corpse that had given up on life. She wasn't sleeping. She couldn't step down from this game, and was therefore forbidden sleep. So those words must have reached her ears. However, they probably hadn't reached her heart. The Golden Witch would not sneer at Battler's moves, nor would she praise them or belittle them. By now, Beatrice was nothing more than a living doll. Got a little bit of a different setup here. Take a look at these people. Bernkastel, the Witch of Miracles. In the 5th game, she participates as a player in opposition to Biyato. However, from the very beginning, her aim has been to deny the illusion of the witch. Her only goal is to crush Biyato and her world as a way to stave off boredom. Though she does deny the illusion of the witch, she is no ally of Battler's. Yes. Lambda Delta. In the place of Biyato, who stepped down from the position of Game Master in the 4th game, Lambda Delta serves as the new Game Master in the 5th game. Oh my. Therefore, it is expected that while the 5th game may be quite similar to the previous ones, there will be differences. She hates boredom as much as Bernkastel, and depending on the situation, she may become either an enemy or an ally to Biyato or Bern. Battler. The man designated to be Biyato's opponent in the first 4 games. In the 5th game, he is displeased that Lambda Delta has taken over as Game Master, so he does not participate as a player. Oh, I might be spoiling myself here a bit, but it's too late now. Beatrice. Biyato's piece, who speaks on behalf of the illusion of the witch. She claims that all the crimes on Rakuji were caused by the illusion of the witch. In the 5th game, she clashes with Bernkastel, who denies this illusion. So this isn't Biyato herself, this is her piece, an alternate Biyato. Because she herself is nothing more than a piece, and the higher plane version of her has stepped down as game master, she isn't in a position where she can know the truth of the fifth game. This puts her in a different position than the one she held in the games before now. Oh? Virgilia, a now retired Endless Witch and Beatrice's teacher. She used the endless magic properly and devoted her life to the smiles and happiness of many people. Press X to doubt. Like, how can you expect me to believe she used the endless magic properly when she is just as evil as Beatrice? Yeah, lies. Don't believe her lies. Taught Beatrice the endless magic, believing Beatrice would also devote herself to the people and retired. Also a magician employed by Beatrice's family. One point this is the source of Beatrice's arrogance and recklessness. Ronove, my favorite character. Anything new here? Yo, I just had a thought. We put Ronove's cookies together with Philip's tea. We become the most powerful in the universe. We see Gop again. I thought she was only going to be in like the 4th episode. After all, she did sort of get shattered. Nothing really new here. Got the 7 sisters. Probably not really anything new there. You know, it's interesting. I think before, well, I don't know if they had a back button, but they always had a next button. So if you go next, you can't go next to return. You can only go back. I don't know if that has any meaning, but it does seem interesting. Anyway, Beatrice the Living Doll. Even so, she would glance at him every once in a while. It would be an empty glance, but a glance nonetheless. Beatrice is really sus. Like, especially since they gave that little bit at the beginning with her from episode 2 being friendly and then turning the tables. I don't know. And last episode's tea parties, Lambda Delta was like, yeah, Beatrice was just acting. And that was a little sus. But at the same time, Lambda Delta and Berncastle agreed that she doesn't have any chance. So it could still be real? Maybe this is all part of her master plan to overthrow the entire game board. I don't know. Anyway, as usual, I have no idea what's going on. Sometimes, she would seem to make some sort of gesture, or even move her lips. However, her movements never managed to communicate anything to Battler.
どうやったらこの局面でこの指し手になるわけだ。わけがわからねえんだよ。お前の指し手はよ。
ベアとバトラ君が話しかけていますよ。
I mean, especially how she, like, occasionally glances at Battler. I could see this being one of her fickle moods where she's like, I'm gonna play a prank on Battler. But that could just be a normal reflex. I don't know.
なんとか言えよ。クスクスとかゲラゲラとか。いつもの黄色い笑いでいいから。
Oh, but yeah, and I did point out at some point at the end of episode 4, she could be doing this to blunt Battler's resolve. Because, like, he's definitely gonna win because he had resolve. But if she can sort of slow that advance, maybe he could lose that, and she would have a chance again? I don't know. Can you believe it? That shrill laugh of Beato's will never be heard again. However, even if she couldn't answer, his voice surely reached her. That was what Battler believed as he said these words. So he said it again.
どうやったらこの局面でこの指し手になるわけだ。わけがわからねえぜ。お前の指し手はよ。
この子の考えることはわけがわかりませんか？
Vergiliae answered in her disciple's stead. Up to this point, she had done her best to avoid speaking for Beato. After all, there was a chance that Beato would respond in some way, and Vergiliae didn't want to be the one to steal that chance. So Battler was going to have to bear with this silence, until Beato herself answered. Oh, you know, it just popped into my head. I had mentioned before that Vergiliae was suspiciously like Kumasawa, and I just remembered now that she originally did come from Kumasawa. So, yeah. I guess that doesn't really change anything, but I had forgotten that point. Vergiliae could no longer bear to watch Battler like this. Besides, Battler also wanted to hear what Vergiliae had to say. He believed that conversation would reach Beato's heart.
ああ、さっぱりだな。ベアトの立場になって、こうして駒を動かせば動かすほどにわからなくなる。
A serial murder. A serial murder following an epitaph. With that as a victory condition, I tried reconstructing the games from the witch's side. But I never ended up making the moves Beato did. In those games, I could find several incomprehensible moves that clearly worked against that victory condition.
さっぱりわからねえ。こいつの思考を探る旅路はあまりに険しすぎるぜ。
でもあなたは投げ出さないのですね。
ああ、約束した。
Kill me. Let me die.
俺はこいつを安らかに死なせてやると約束した。そしてそれは俺にしかできない。
I mean, it seems like if this is a plot to blunt Battler's resolve, it's sort of working. I mean, already he's starting to lose sight of his main objective, which is to get home to his family. Or, well, get home to his little sister. And now he's making it about letting Byato die peacefully. Byato's right ankle was bound with a heavy, cold steel shackle. It wasn't tied to anything, so it didn't restrict her movement. However, it symbolized restriction. It was a visualization of the bonds that prevented her from leaving the game until she either won or lost. And the shackle was probably hurting her. The mercilessly cold shackle tormented her over and over inside her waking dream. So there was never any sign of relief in her empty expression. Her eyelids would sometimes tremble like she was having a nightmare, and every once in a while she would let out a pained gasp. Unless I win, Byato will never be released from the curse that prevents her from sleeping peacefully.
良いのですか。第5のゲームはもう始まっているようですよ。
This game's already started.
興味ね。
And I mean, yeah, now he's waiting out the 5th game. Why should I take part in any game unless Byato is my opponent? If that's the only alternative, then it's a much better use of my time to reconstruct previous games while taking a journey in search of Byato's thought process.
次のゲームマスターは私がやるわ。依存ある？ないわよね。
依存だらけよ。ベアとは戦いを放棄して人事不正。ベアとの不先輩でゲームオーバーでしょ。
Bernkastel says Byato conceded the fight. But Lambda Delta was sure that she was just acting. So, what's going on here?
確かにベアとはいろいろとあったんで、今はちょっぴりノックアウト気味。
Okay, so she admits Byato has been beaten. Already see more emotion on Burn. Yeah, she's not quite as blank stare-y. Stare-y, yeah.
It でも戦う気力を失ったわけじゃない。
means she's lost the will to fight.
だからつまり私は介助役ってわけ。わかる
Byato was lying down on a deck chair, almost as though she was sleeping. However, she wasn't sleeping, and she wasn't awake either. More motion than on almost the entirety of the questions arc? Yeah. She was nothing more than a living doll that had given up on victory, who had asked Battler to perform her last rites, and who had surrendered everything. Of course, if everyone just sat around, the next game, the 5th game, would never be made ready. So Lambda Delta had succeeded Byato as the next game master, and announced that she'd prepare the next game.
ふざけるな。これは俺とベアとのゲームだぞ。お前ら、どこの誰か知らねえが、勝手に話を進めるんじゃねえ。
I mean, Battler, you know Bernkastel. I guess he's not that familiar with Lambda Delta. He's seen her a little bit, but But Bernkastel has talked directly to him.
あんたに意見は求めてないわ。どうすんのベル。受けるの受けないの？
One of the players of the game. Nobody asked for your opinion. Okay.
いいわ。あんたが引き継ぎなさい。
なんだと、ふざけるな。お前ら何者か知らねえが、俺とベアトを無視して勝手に話を進めるんじゃねえ。
落ち着きなさいよ。確かにプレイヤーが変われば察しても変わる。あんたにとっては戸惑うことも多いかもしれないけど、それでも大きなヒントになりうるでしょ。
知らねえよ。勝手なこと言って仕切ってんじゃね
え。ベアとのゲームを4つも繰り返して何もわからないんでしょ。ならプレイヤーが変わるのは大きなヒントになると思うけれど。
I mean, I guess the basis of the game would have to stay the same.
大きなお世話だ。
Scene from the last Tea Party question marks. I have to know the answer to everything. Oh yeah.
これはベアトが用意し、俺を対戦相手に指定した俺たちのゲームだ。どこから湧いてきたのかもしれないお前らにかき回されるのはごめんだ。
But yeah, once again, Battler has sort of already lost sight of his goal. So he just wants to keep playing the game instead of getting home to his sister. Even though he's been offered this chance to get more hints, maybe. Although, is that really to be trusted? That's a whole nother can of worms.
なら、ベアトを起こして次の準備をさせて。
Yeah, poor Angeborger.
できる？
ベアトはしばらく起きねえよ。それに新しいゲームなんて必要ねえ。あいつがこれまでに出題してきた4つのゲームの譜面だけで十分だ。仮に第5のゲームがあるとしても、それはベアトが出題し、俺に挑むものだけで十分だ。お前らには何の関係もない。
Battler couldn't hide his irritation at the two witches called Lambda Delta and Bernkastel, who had shown up well after the game's start, and who were now trying to take charge on their own. It looked like these witches were of an even higher rank than Beato. So high, in fact, that even Beato's teacher, Virgilia, couldn't even come close. Battler had the feeling he'd seen these two several times before. However, this was the first time he'd known their names and spoken to them directly. Oh? I mean, I thought Bernkastel did speak directly to him.
ベアトを起こせず、あんたに次のゲームを準備もできない。だから私が次のゲームを用意するわけ。私たちはね、いつ正気を取り戻すかもわからないベアトにいつまでも付き合ってられるほど気が長くないの。ね、ベルン？
退屈はごめんなの。イライラするほどに。
Really ticks her off, oh my. Something tells me you don't want to make Bernkastel angry.
お前が退屈がろうが、俺たちは知ったことじゃねえ。
Battler's sticking to his guns.
まあまあ、このパーフェクトなラムダデルタ様に任せなさい。私がゲームマスターを引き継ぐ。大丈夫よ。あんまり絶対完璧にはプレイしないわよ。
Don't worry. Okay, yeah, I'm sure this will be fine, right?
ベアトっぽく、わけのわかんないフェイクや尻尾、ボーナスヒントをいっぱい用意してあげる。ベアトの世界をより理解するための大きなヒントにしてあげるわよ。
Letting my voiceless emotions explode, I slammed the table hard. The two witches didn't flinch at all. One grinned. The other looked indifferent, as though nothing had happened. The two of them just stared at me silently, as though they were reproaching me.
何？不満？あんたは私による第5のゲームを降りるっての？それって不先輩？
バトラは降りないわよ。もちろん第5のゲームにも参加するわ。
勝手に決めるんじゃねえ。お前らに俺は付き合わない。知ったことじゃない。
ならやっぱり不先輩ってことよね。このゲームは魔女側の勝ち。人間は屈服ってことでお開きでいいかしら。
降りるなら不先輩でゲーム終了だけどいいの？たった一人残された妹が無限の世界のすべてでたどる不幸な境遇を確定させたいのならそれも選択よ。
When Bernkastel mentioned Ange, Battler's expression changed instantly.
てめえ、エンジェのことを気安く口にするんじゃねえ。
あなたにこの私、奇跡の魔女ベルンカステルが味方しているからこそ、エンジェにはひょっとしたら家族が帰ってくるかもしれない奇跡の余地が残されてるのよ。あなたが自らそれを捨ててエンジェの無限の未来全てを不幸なものに確定するのもまた私には一興だけれども。
I vaguely understood what she was saying. Until I win in Beato's game, I'll remain trapped in this bizarre world. And if I abandon that victory, then most certainly my parents and I will never return to Ange. For Ange's sake, even though I know that the witches are toying with me, keep on fighting.
くそ。
なーに？その不満そうな顔。自分の妹をグズグズのひき肉にされた怒り、もう忘れちゃったの？プチプチブチブチ無数の焼けたペンチで引きちぎって細切れにしていくあの光景。今度はちゃんと真正面で見ないとダメ？
Next time? Bernkastel pointed the palm of her right hand upwards. As she did, a pale light gathered there, and some kind of blue glowing crystal appeared there. A scene was reflected on its sharp surface. But it wasn't the scene that surrounded them now. Oh boy. If you looked deep into that crystal, that fragment, then you would probably learn what was reflected on there. You stared at it, then you'd surely see the end Ange finally reached, after waiting 12 years and giving up everything for the sake of her beloved brother. Scene of her death throes, as her entire body was torn to bits while she still lived.
貴様
Without thinking, he grabbed at her collar. But as soon as he touched that which made up her form, it disappeared like foam on the waves. Then, as naturally as though she'd been there from the beginning, Bernkastel was leaning against a distant wall.
あなたがゲームを降りるなら
I don't like that smile. Good lord, Bernkastel is smiling. Somebody call the police.
これはかけらでなく確定した現実になる。その未来を紡ぐのは私じゃないわ。あなた自身よ。あなたが決めなさい。最愛の妹の未来をどうしたいのかを。
Battler's fists shook with anger. But even if he swung them down, he wouldn't be able to hit Bernkastel. This witch was like a phantom, or a cat who wouldn't even let someone pet her if she didn't wish for it. She was telling the truth. For Ange's sake, I can't step down from this fight. Even if these unpleasant witches hijack the game board.
さすがベルン。脅し方もえぐいわね。そういうことよ、バトラー。あんたにはゲームを降りることなんて許されてないの。あんたもベアとも私たちの退屈を紛らわせるゲーム版の駒でしかない。あんたのそのわけのわかんない怒りやイラつきさえも私たちには退屈を紛らわす最高のお菓子。まあその程度の怒りじゃ駄菓子程度だけどね。
30円で2枚入ってるカレー味のポテトせんべい程度ね。
Huh? Okay, that's horrifying. Welp.
魔女ともね
えエンジェのためにも戦いなさい。そしてベアトのためにもでしょ。
In a way that was admonishing, or perhaps babying, like the headache you get after eating something too sweet. Bernkastel tormented Battler and smiled. By now, the host of this tea party, Beato, was absent. The guest witches were already making themselves at home.
どうすんの？後ろ宮バトラー。運命に屈しちゃう？降りちゃいなさいよ。魔女の駒にして遊ばれるなんてもうごめんなんでしょ？ベルンの駒は辛いわよ。きっとあんたもエンジェみたいに使い捨てにされるわよ。
あなたに降りる選択肢は与えてない。妹の未来のために戦い続けるの。私は味方よ。
Press X to doubt. Yeah.
その未来にたどり着けるようあなたが勝利するまでサポートするわ。
Vern is really not someone you want to be your boss. Yeah, agreed. I mean, I wouldn't really want any of them to be my boss, but yeah.
私が退屈するまで永遠に。
For all eternity until she gets bored. Yeah. I can't let her provocation and cajolery rile me up. These witches know I get mad easily. They're trying to take advantage of that. Battler withstood it all, and finally relaxed his clenched fists.
第5のゲームとやらが始めたいなら勝手にやればいい。好きにしろ。
好きにするわよ。あれれ、どこ行くのよ。
Even though Battler acknowledged this fifth game, he turned his back on them, much to Lambda Delta's surprise.
お前がベアトの代役を務めるってんなら、そこのベルンカステルとかいう魔女が俺の代役を務めるのも勝手だろ。
Oh?
道理ね。そうじゃないと不先輩になってしまう。
Oh, Bernkastel's giving in a little bit.
何よそれ。私が作る渾身のエピソード5をあんた無視するっての？
I can hear the fourth wall shattering.
失礼しちゃう失礼しちゃう。
If it hasn't been completely shattered already.
バトラーはしばらく休憩するそうよ。それまでの間、私がプレイヤーの代役を務める。それでどう？バトラー。
そうしやがれ。
なに、ラムダ。間抜けなバトラじゃなくて、私がプレイヤーだと遊んでくれないの？
そんなわけないわ。ベルンと一緒に遊べて嬉しいわよ。さあさあ遊びましょう遊びましょう。ラムダデルタ様の超ハイパーでキュートに可愛いエピソード5を一緒に遊びましょうよ。
I'm already concerned. I mean, well, okay, I was already concerned anyway, but now I'm even more concerned. Hyper and cute episode 5. Oh boy.
一応、ベアトの作った世界なのよ。世界観ぶち壊しにしてないでしょうね。
大丈夫だってば。私そういうのの空気は読める方なのよ。ちゃんとベアトっぽい世界観でもっと面白い物語に仕上げてみせたわ。バトラも休憩終わったら早く戻ってくるのよ。見逃すともったいないわよ。ベアトの秘密に迫れるようなボーナスヒントをたっぷり用意してるんだから。と見せかけてミスリード満載でますますに煙に巻く気なんだけどね。
Yeah, there it is. Because why would she want Battler to win?
ちょっとこらバトラー、魔女の話聞いてんの？
Chad Battler just walking away. Without answering, Battler disappeared into the darkness. After shrugging and cackling, the witches immediately started playing with the game board they had stolen from Beato.
あの魔女どもにベアとのゲームは理解できるのか？
同じゲーム版を使う以上、この子にできないことはできません。しかしこの子がやらないことはやれます。
Yeah, I can't do anything this child cannot do. Do things that this child wouldn't do. Hmm.
やらないこととは何だ？
Yeah, what wouldn't Beato do?
チェスの道具はチェスで遊ぶために存在します。それを使ってトランプをすることはできない。しかしチェスの駒を相手に投げつけてぶつけたり、チェス盤に落書きしてみたり、そういう行為をすることも不可能ではありません。しかしそれはチェスに対する冒涜だから誰もやらない。
Okay. That definitely wouldn't be chess anymore. Beato's eyes seemed to cloud slightly with sadness.
ふざけやがって。これは俺とベアとのゲームだ。他の誰にも冒涜はさせない。
Battler, why are you so hung up on not letting somebody else, quote, defile this game? At that time, gold butterflies gathered and Ronove appeared, holding a tea with that black, or with a tea set with black tea. Yeah, he completely forgot Andrew Borger. I am disappointed, Battler. I am disappointed.
紅茶のおかわりはいかがですか？
もらえるか？
かしこまりました。いかがですか？お嬢様の思考を探る旅は。
さっぱりだが楽しんでるぜ。
しかしよろしいのですか？
Wait. How goes this journey of yours in search of Lady's thoughts? I don't have a clue, but I'm enjoying it. Battler. Battler, please. This is not for you to enjoy. What happened to that earlier resolve? It's just completely out the window now.
こちらでくつろがれていても。
あの魔女どもが勝手に進めてるゲームのことか。
And we're just crying in the corner, exactly. Truly, Battler is incompetent.
ええ。先ほど紅茶をお届けに伺った時には、もう第一の番の殺人が起こり、もうじきその次の殺人も起こりそうな気配でした。
Holy cow, they just speeding along. The murders of the first Twilight are already done, and it's almost time for the next murder. Good lord. When Beato and I were playing, the game would be paused whenever someone left their seats. However, those witches wouldn't pause that game just because I wasn't around.
ロノウェは奴らのゲームを見たのか？
一部ではございますが。
どうだった？
Ronove lifted the pot high with an elegant gesture as he poured the black tea. After finishing that, he finally spoke. He gave us his impressions of it.
愛がありませんな。
Oh, here we have the love again. Did not have love.
愛ってなんだ？
これは失礼。女性風に申し上げるとです。男性風に申し上げるならば、義理が通らぬと申しましょうか。
One might call it dishonorable. I understood what those words meant. When I met Virgilia's eyes, she shook her head slightly and stared at the floor.
上辺は大変よくお嬢様のゲームに似せていると思います。しかし根本が大きく異なっています。
それはベアとのゲームのルールに反することなのか？
いいえ、反しません。ラムダデルタ様はお嬢様のゲームのルールを実によく理解なされております。しかし
Battler stood up. There was no need to make Ronove say any more.
バトラク。
ロノウェイ、すまない。せっかく入れてもらったけど、紅茶はいらねえぜ。
やはり参られますか？
ああ。俺たちのゲームに部外者はいらない。
Oh? These guys weren't even here in the beginning. Because I've been loafing about, crazier and crazier witches have been introduced. And now they've hijacked this game between me and Beatrice.
取り返さねえとな。ベアとのゲーム版は今は俺が扱ってるはずなんだ。その俺がここでぼんやりしてるわけにはいかない。
ありがとう。その言葉をこの子に聞かせてやりたかった。
Okay.
きっと聞こえていますよ。お嬢様はそれにお返事することができないだけです。
I don't know. I don't know what to trust, who to trust. I don't know. What is even going on? Beato lay there silently, like a living doll with doll eyes. The game board she had created herself had been hijacked by incomprehensible people. It was being turned into a mess. I was designated to be her opponent, and Beato must have created this game for me. I've got to take it back.
待ってろ。俺が取り返してくれ。
I am just... I am so disappointed in Battler. I've said this multiple times now, but he's just lost sight of what his goal should be. It is just completely out the window. All of that resolve is wasted. Of course, Beato didn't respond in any way. That's right. If she can't respond, then I have to protect it in her place.
行ってくるぜ。バルギリア、ロノエ。黄金の眠り姫の面倒を頼むぜ。
はい、お任せを。
Battler's back to sounding Chad, although for the wrong reasons. So let's see how long it takes for him to break down crying again.
いってらっしゃい、バトラ君。そしてどうかこの子のいないゲームにて この子の何かを見つけてあげてください。もしそれを見つけることができたなら、たとえこの子が不在であっても、あなたはこの子と戦ってくれたことになる。
Okay. Okay.
そうだよ。ああ。全然ダメだぜ。
無駄無駄。
俺は何をやってるんだ。
Let's go. And let's take it back.
魔女ども待たせたな。俺の休憩は終わりだぜ。
When he faced the jet black heavens and yelled this, the whole world shattered as though it was made out of thin glass. Then, as though it had been that way since the beginning, it transformed into that smoking room where Battler had fought Beato so many times, and which the two witches had now hijacked.
なにあんた、今頃戻ってきたの？超遅すぎ。もうゲームは2日目どころか大詰めも大詰めよ。
Good lord, it's already the second day in the finale?
バトラがいつまでも来ないから、私が勝手に進めちゃったわ。
Yeah, like you even waited for me in the first place.
ペルンはあんたよりずーっと頭が冴えてて痛快だったわよね。
うるせえ。プレイヤーは俺だ。代役の魔女どもは引っ込んでろ。
Battler's talking big.
別に今から参加しても構わないけど、もう出番ないわよ、多分。
確かに。だってもうクライマックスもクライマックス。これで多分ベルンが詰めたゲームセットだもの。
なんだと。
いいんじゃない？最後の詰めくらい見物しても。
Hmm.
そうね。おいでなさい、後ろ宮バトラー。もうほとんどおしまいだけど、私の作ったキュートでエレガントなゲーム。
I'm scared.
エピソード5 End of the Golden Witch.
End of the Golden Witch. Imagine we finish episode 5 today. I mean, it really... Oh, okay, so we're just on this screen right away. I mean, it seems like that's the direction they're going. Like, it's going to be a really short episode 5. But I can't believe that they do it that quickly. There's got to be something. So, everybody but Battler, well, all the kids except Battler are dead. Maria, corpse found in the cousin's room on the second floor of the guest house. Correct cause of death unknown. Neck was sliced open by a sharp blade. Wound was deep enough that anyone could easily confirm her death with absolute certainty. George, corpse found in the cousin's room. Neck sliced open with a sharp blade. Same. Jessica, same. Hideyoshi, guest room in the first floor of the mansion. Demon stake had pierced through his back. If it reached as far as his lungs. Because he was lying face down on the bed, it is unthinkable that this was a suicide. Okay. Rosa, cousin's room, second floor guest house. Another sharp blade to the neck. Genji, found in the servant waiting room on the first floor of the mansion. Neck was sliced open by sharp blade. But only those are registered as dead. So how are we almost done? At least we don't have Maria or Rosa. Yeah. I mean, are some of these dead, but they haven't been found yet? Nothing new there. Really anything new there. Battler. Really new there. Sawa, nothing new. Goda. Cannon. No. Cannon. No. Yeah, Lambda said that Byrne was about to corner her and win. Yeah. I don't trust it though. Ava. Nothing new. Danjo. New. I don't think there's anything new with any of these. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. The first Twilight was all it took for Burn. Maybe. Second day. Can you do on the second page? I didn't check since earlier. Ava so Sage. Wait, there's not to be, but where's Krauss? Burn Costal. All that earlier. All that earlier. Yeah. Yep. Nothing new with Gop. Delta. Yeah, for Battler, it still says in the 5th game he does not participate as a player, but now he is participating as a player. I think. Did I see this before with Mammon? She also has that disturbing desire to kidnap pretty boys and store them in the food cellar. Or, no, Beelzebub, not Mammon. Personality is similar to Mammon. I don't remember that last part. Maybe I just didn't remember it. Too high, dreaming of the prince. Arrogant. Yeah, I must just not have remembered that. 'Cause everything else seems to be the same. Okay. Right now, no humans exist on this island except for those in this parlor. And with one exception, it has been shown that none of them have committed murder. With one exception? And the culprit is among these people. Amogus.
Oi oi. となると決定的じゃねえか。
魔女が犯人で魔法で殺人を犯したわけでない限り。あんたなの？あんたがジョージを、主人を殺したの？どうしてよ？どうして？私は殺していません。私は何も。
In a panic, and with a voice that was far from calm, and in a manner that was, to put it coldly, unsightly. Aunt Natsuhi denied the suspicion placed upon her. However, there was no longer any way around it. She stood up, brushed back her long hair, pointed at Aunt Natsuhi, and said it one more time. What?
あなたが犯人です。後宮夏日さん。
Nani? This has got to be Burncastle, right? Put herself in the game? But... Huh? There's nothing about her here. I was not prepared. This is certainly a jam. Feels like an anime opening. Like, the other opening was more reserved, I guess? This one was just, like, full-on anime opening. All in the OP, the new character is really important. I didn't really catch a lot from the opening. Oh, this was that first scene we're thinking? Is it actually gonna go back and play what happened during the 5th episode? As she knocked loudly and repeatedly, Natsuhi yelled. Shortly after, there was a heavy clunking sound, and the sound of the door to Kinzo's study unlocking could be heard. That's true, yeah, she did appear a lot. She's like laughing and everything. As the door opened, a heavily sweet, venomous odor flowed out. Natsuhi was always ashamed of how she automatically grimaced at that, even though she thought it rude to the family head. Krauss was waiting for her inside the study. Natsuhi flew into his arms. Shot of Natsuhi standing sad while laughing faces are all around her. Hmm.
落ち着きたまえ。今、南條先生が見ている。
Something happened to Kinzo? Now, in the past, the state of Kinzo was the same every time. I forget if... Was he confirmed dead or alive? Well, I guess... Wasn't he sort of confirmed dead? Yeah. Confirmed he was dead. I mean, I think she sort of danced around it, but she did reduce the number of people on the island to 17 because of that. Yeah. Yeah, reduce the number of people by 1. So... Now the question is, do they have to keep him dead here? Because if he's still dead, then what's going on here? With an uncertain gait, Natsuhi walked toward the center of the study, supported by Krauss. There, a dignified bed fitting for the Ushiromiya family head could be seen, along with Nanjo, Genji, and Kumasawa.
南條先生、お父様は
After sighing deeply, Nanjo left the side of the bed. On the bed, Kinzo could be seen lying down, asleep.
大往生だ。
Oh? Well, he's definitely dead now.
金蔵さんも心残りはなかっただろう。
お父様、お父様。
Sobbing, Natsui slumped over the chest of that man, who had fallen into a sleep from which he would never awaken.
奥様、どうかしっかり。
お父様、お父様。こんな突然だって。
Natsui couldn't stop crying over the death of the man whom she had loved like a second father. Kumasawa rubbed Natsui's back, consoling her. Krauss slumped into his late father's favorite chair. By sitting there, he might have been immersed in memories of his departed father. Or perhaps he thought that by sitting there, he might be able to understand just a bit of the madness of Kinzo's later years, which he had never been able to comprehend before. And Nanjo, just as he had when Kinzo once sat in that chair, contemplating a chess move, turned his back and looked down over the outside world through a crack in the curtains.
同じ死ぬならせめて寝込んで1年後に死亡とか。もう少ししかるべき準備の猶予期間を設けてから死んで欲しかったのに。それは逆だ。最後の瞬間までお元気だったことを喜ぶべきです。
But I mean, is Krauss really sad that Kinzo is dead, or just that he didn't have time to make arrangements? I mean, they didn't seem very close.
建前上はそうなるがね。
Nanjo understood that as well. Ushiromiya Kinzo, who had risen like a comet and glittered like a supernova in the post-war business world, had died. Natsui at least is certainly sad for Kinzo himself, yeah. But like, I have to wonder why Natsuhi is so attached to Kinzo. He did seem to appreciate her, but like, did they actually interact a lot? I mean, we haven't really seen them interact a whole lot. And I mean, I don't think there's been anything so far going into detail about their relationship, Natsuhi and Kinzo. It's just suggested that Kinzo appreciated Natsuhi and Natsuhi loved Kinzo like a second father. But we have no idea why. It just is. His funeral would probably be of a fantastic scale. And it would also be the ceremony marking Krauss's inheritance of the headship. He would have to arrange everything as the host of the event, carry out the funeral diplomacy perfectly, and make it clear to all that the Ushiromiya family still had enormous influence in the political and financial spheres. As Nanjo watched Krauss, he was vividly reminded of the time when Kinzo had suddenly been selected as the Ushiromiya family head, when Kinzo had been lost and confused. In this way, he was able to understand Krauss's distress and sympathize with it. Natsuhi's sobs eventually subsided. Watching this and leaving Kumasawa to care for Natsuhi as a fellow woman, Genji returned to where Krauss was. And as though asking what should be done, Genji lowered his head slightly.
手続き等は私と源氏さんでやろう。クラウスさんはまずは親戚の方々に連絡した方がいいでしょうな。
Krauss, with his hands still over his eyes, didn't respond. Perhaps even though he had known this day would come, Krauss really couldn't hide his shock at how suddenly it had reached them.
私と南條先生にお任せを。旦那様はまずは奥様とご相談いただくのが良いかと思います。
Maybe she heard that, or maybe it was a coincidence. As though responding to Genji's words, Natsui came over. Her eyes were red from crying so much, but she apparently understood the heavy responsibility that had been imposed on them, even better than Krauss did.
これからはあなたが栄光ある後宮家の当主です。お父様の後を立派に継いだことを内外に示しましょう。この夏日、あなたの妻として棺を並べる日までお仕えする覚悟です。
Trying to encourage her husband, who was overcome with shock, Natsuhi lent him some reassuring words. When Krauss finally lowered the hands that had been covering his face, he looked up at the ceiling with a blank expression and let out a deep, deep sigh.
どうかしっかりお父様の残したものを食い荒らそうと目論む輩が大勢いるのですよ。私たちはお父様の名誉と財産を守るために戦わなければなりません。それが後宮家当主の最初の仕事ですよ。
分かってる。分かっているとも。
南條先生と源氏はお役所や葬儀業者への手配をお願いします。特に源氏、お父様の葬儀にふさわしいものとなるよう特に手配を頼みますよ。
かしこまりました。
Natsuhi is surprisingly more dependable in this iteration, it feels like.
それから南條先生、お父様は病院でお亡くなりになったわけではないので、その
場合によっては 解剖が入るかもしれませんな。
なんとかなりませんか。亡くなったとはいえお父様の大切なお体です。傷をつけるなど耐えられることではありません。
That's a little suspicious. Now, Vern Costel's character said that Natsuhi was the one behind everything, and now Natsuhi doesn't want Kinzo's body to be autopsied. I mean, it could be that she doesn't want any damage done to his body, but what if something happened?
気持ちはわかる。だがそういうところをきっちりすることも大切だ。それにこう言ってはなんだが、難しい親族の方々が多いんじゃないかね。
Yeah, the relatives might make stuff difficult. But yeah, especially since Kinzo was like apparently fine and up and about and everything, and then just suddenly passed away. And then not wanting an autopsy. And like I mentioned earlier, I'm not sure why Natsuhi is so attached to Kinzo. Could be an act. Who knew how those vultures after the inheritance might try to find fault with them? They might claim to have found some reason to suspect the cause of death, using that as a point of contention to start some trouble. Right now, it was important not only to pay Kinzo's remains the respect they were due, but also to solidify the position of the new family head, Krauss.
わかりました。必要最小限にお願いします。間違ってもお父様の威厳が損なわれるようなお姿にしないように。
それは大丈夫だ。安心しなさい。とにかく金蔵さんのことはわしらに任せて、夏日さんはクラウスさんのそばにいてあげなさい。これからが大変なんだから。
Didn't put that much resistance. I mean, please keep it to an absolute minimum. I mean, it could have been like a hard to detect poison, but like it's still able to be detected. So if Nanjo doesn't do too in-depth of an autopsy, it might not be found. I mean, we could think of it that way. He wants him to just do like a light autopsy, and in that way could not be found. I don't know. Or it could just be, like I said, that she really doesn't want to damage his body. I just don't know who to trust anymore.
わかっています。あなたもどうかしっかり。
Everybody be looking suspicious. Krauss was still staring blankly at the ceiling with a befuddled expression on his face. He understood the shock and heavy responsibility he bore. Natsuhi understood her husband's feelings as much as anyone.
親族への連絡は私がします。 今だけは休まれてください。
Krauss didn't respond. Natsuhi, thinking him to just be a bit unreliable at the moment, decided she must offer her support. What the Krauss doing? Seeing her husband like this actually spurred Natsuhi to action, and a resolute expression rose to her face.
これから忙しくなります。今できることを始めましょう。夫はきっとお父様と二人きりで話したいこともあると思います。私たちは一度ここを退出しましょう。
そうでございますね。その時間はきっと今しか取れないでしょうから。
Being in charge of a funeral is tiring work. There's no time to shed tears. If Krauss were ever to be given time to cry for his dead father, that time would have to be now. But really, does Krauss have anything to cry about? Unless he's crying tears of joy? Like I said, doesn't seem like they had a good relationship. Everyone agreed with Kumasawa's words. Even so, Krauss continued to blankly gaze up at the ceiling and didn't respond in any way. Natsui urged the servants to go.
私はジェシカにも話してきます。今やあの子が次期当主です。それにふさわしい自覚を持つようによく言い聞かせなくては。
待て。
As they each started to make their way out of the study, Krauss finally spoke. They stopped walking.
はい。
待て。
はい。
Hadn't she already stopped walking, just like her husband had asked? But despite that, he told her once again to wait. From those slightly weak words, Natsui understood that he'd probably stopped her because he wanted her to be by his side.
お前たちは下へ。私は夫と言います。何かあったらここに電話するように。
Aww.
かしこまりました。だから待てと言っている。
Oh no, he wants everybody to wait? What is going on here? When Krauss suddenly raised his voice, everyone jumped and turned around. Unable to comprehend what she had done to spark her husband's wrath, Natsuhi ran up to him.
どうしましたあなた。私は何か失礼なことを口にしてしまいましたか。
By the way, hey there, Jeremy.
だったらお許しを。
いや、違う。そうじゃない。そうじゃない。
Krauss, what are you doing?
少し待て。時間をくれ。
ええ、分かっています。心を整理するためにも必要です。私たちはその時間をあなたにあげようと、ここから静かに出ていくだけですよ。
What is going on here? World 17 gaming? Oh? We get World 17 Guardian Tales soon? Or is that's not already out, is it? Like in oh, okay, basically next update. Okay. I'll have to make time in the schedule for that.
だからそれを待てというのだ。いいか、誰もその場から動くな。
No one move.
一歩たりともだ。疲れたなら椅子にでもソファーにでも好きに座ればいい。
No one move, not even an inch. If you're tired, then feel free to sit in whatever chair or sofa you want. But then they'd be moving, Krauss. Yeah, Krauss do be acting mighty sus.
だから何も喋らずに静かに黙って何もせずにいろ。
What if Krauss killed him? Hmm. You know the two heroes? Moria new Earth tank and the other one's a spoiler? Oh? Okay. Those unreasonable words felt like a glimpse of how Kinzo used to be. Natsui couldn't hide her slight surprise at this behavior, which almost made it seem as though Kinzo had possessed her husband. Natsui told the servants to wait for the time being. She ordered them to sit on a sofa a short distance off, approached her husband, and spoke to him in a small voice. Thank you for the posture check. It goes to Kinzo. Orion, as I said, has the same attack pattern as Future Princess. Yeah, that should be interesting. Like I said, if they made like a Future Princess of different elements, I feel like that would be good for Coliseum teams. Didn't Battler say Kinzo's name was inherited or whatever? Well, I know he made that, well, yeah, he made that remark that Kinzo's name could be inherited. And I guess they didn't really deny that. I know they denied Hanon's name being inherited, but I don't think they denied Kinzo's name being inherited. Still, it'd be weird for possession to be a thing. I don't know. I mean, this is a whole new game master. So maybe. Orion doesn't have heal or nuke like Future Princess. One stun weapon seal. Oh, okay. That's a little disappointing. Like I said, it feels like you need a Future Princess on your team. Otherwise, you just get bodied in Coliseum. I don't know. Yeah, so what's up with Krauss here? There's a second hero with a shield on battle start party buff? Okay. And what has Krauss so upset?
違う。そうではないのだ。そうではないのだ。
Not it. What do you want, Krauss? What is going on? Was it really blood, or was he actually being possessed? Krauss's disorderly style of speech strongly resembled Kinzo's. As she watched this, Natsui became certain that Krauss was Kinzo's son after all, and that he was the true successor, more suitable than any other person. Aha. Let's say second meet.
夏日。
こっち。
Okay. Krauss stood up and headed toward the window, trying to lengthen the distance between himself and the servants waiting on the sofa by even a small amount. Not till he realized that he must have something secret to discuss.
はい、あなた。何事ですか？
親父に死なれてはまずいのだ。
Oh?
しかし、もうお亡くなりになりました。そういうわけには参りません。
そうじゃない。今はまずいんだ。
How did it happen now?
どういうことですか？
親父の財産を担保にしている。相続問題になれば隠しをせない。
Okay, so he's worried about... Yeah. Father's fortune is collateral. Oh boy, Krauss be embezzling.
担保ですか？いかほど？
メロディーランドの時、近藤君を応援したことがあっただろう。
あの方とは縁を切れと申し上げたじゃありませんか。私には断ったと言ったはず。どうして？
男の義理というものがある。断れなかった。
Krauss claimed to hold honor as a virtue. However, Natsuki knew that he most often used this as an excuse for when he reluctantly went along with some deal that he just couldn't refuse.
お金に余裕があるならいざ知れず。この島のリゾート計画でかなりの借金をされたのではありませんでしたか？
ああ、したさ。方々で恩人に世話になったのだ。それらを返済するためにも座しているわけにはいかない。返済するためには金がいる。金を生むためには金がいる。金がなければ始まらない。この島の計画だって企画会社がおかしなことにならなければ順調だったのだ。都の役人とも連携は取れていた。東京都の新しい観光スポットになると知事の太鼓判ももらえていた。
Oh boy.
私の根回しは完璧だったのだ。
Perfect. Right.
たまたま巡り合わせとタイミングが悪かった。
Totally not his fault.
ちょっとした運のすれ違い。
Krauss is... He's consuming so much copium.
事故みたいなものだった。
あれは事故なんかではありません。詐欺です。あなたは騙されたのです。初めから彼らはこの島のリゾート計画など描けていなかったのです。
そんなことはないぞ。土方君のビジョンは先見性にあふれていた。世界と未来に目を向けた広大な視野は私が夢だと信じていたものなど猫の額ほどの広さしかないことを教えてくれた。夢が広がる世界に未来に。夏日も一緒に聞いていただろう。
ええ、聞いていました。そしてお帰りになられた後に申し上げたはずです。 あの方はうさんくさい。語るのは未来ばかりで地に足がついていない。これ以上お付き合いしてはならないと。
土方君は立派な好青年だ。彼の生き様からは学ぶことも多いぞ。
Krauss, please.
彼は若いが尊敬できる。彼のことを侮辱することは許さんぞ。
Krauss, why are you like this?
あなたは同じことを月旅行の時にもおっしゃいました。
Wait, moon tourism? Oh, good lord. So many memes of Krauss being a failure business-wise. Oh. Krauss, why are you like this? Oh my goodness.
先見性がある、未来がある、夢があると連呼され、その挙句はいかがでしたか。荒唐無稽な話だったとあなた自らがお認めになったではありませんか。私はNASA の高官とか名乗るおかしな男が現れた頃からこれは絶対におかしいと確信しておりました。
Krauss, please. What have you done? Actually, I spent our entire money on the crypto market. I lost everything. Krauss, why are you like this? Yeah, I feel like Krauss would definitely invest in crypto.
俺はあの外国人が国際的な詐欺師だったに過ぎない。あの件については私も曽根崎氏も被害者だ。
Yeah, an NFT. They're the future.
彼の先見性は今をもって間違っていない。将来必ず世界の大富豪が宇宙旅行をたしなむ時代が訪れる。
Pain. I mean, ironically, this is a thing that is happening, but he is a few decades too early. Yeah.
そしてその最初の事業は民間一社によって独占されるだろう。着眼点は間違っていない。それを利用して世界中の投資家を騙している国際的な詐欺集団がいて。
It's surprisingly well. It isn't like SpaceX the only company doing sending people up into space currently, or are there more? I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on with that. I haven't really heard anything about that for a while now. I don't think there's a couple. Okay. All of my Elon Musk news has been about his failures on Twitter. Gonna post some memes. Oh, we got a meme lord. I'm gonna meme!
曽根崎という男もその一味だったと申し上げているのです。あなたはどこまでお人よしなのですか。どうしていつもうさんくさい話を疑いもせずに乗ってしまうのですか。
訂正しろ。曽根崎氏は優秀な未来ある男だ。うさんくさくなどない。彼の語る夢は未来を先取りしているからこそ、それが見えるものには妄想にしか見えんだけだ。
This is painful.
女のお前には未来など見えん。
So painful. Let's see what have we got here. Check these out. It's 4 p.m. for another poorly thought out business investment. Yeah, Sonny. Natsui, look, I bought us this unique NFT priced at 200 million yen. We'll just have to wait for it to revalue. Surely a magnificent inversion. You did what? Krauss, it's time you learn about money and the importance of... Fail. Really, wait. I miss Senior Grapho comics. Sinulo Grapho. Oh my. Darn it, Krauss.
Eh, 女の私には未来など見えません。でも現在なら見えます。私の目の前で狡猾な二枚舌の詐欺師たちに丸め込まれ、騙されてなお妄信している哀れな夫の姿なら見ることができます。
ねえ、黙れ。お前には金持ち業も経済も何もわからん。夫の仕事に口は出すな。妻は家事だけをしてればいい。お前は黙っていろ。
Wow. Krauss. Just why? But yeah, it seems like Natsuhi and Krauss are a little different as compared to Beato's games. I don't know if that's because of Lambda Delta or if we're just actually seeing more of them. Without another word, Natsui fell silent, just as Krauss had hoped she would. She was already far beyond anger and sadness. And the emotion that lay on the other side of those was an almost indifferent pity. Krauss, who had been in awe of Kinzo since he was very young, had started to subconsciously admire the way his father lived. Without realizing it, he had come to believe that he could only be recognized as a man in his own right if he surpassed his father. However, Kinzo had been a mad genius, the likes of which had never been before been seen in the Ushiromiya family's long history. That talent was a gift from heaven, and it definitely wasn't genetic, much less something that could be learned. To give the two of them a chance to talk alone, Natsui told the servants not to tell anyone about Kinzo's death, and they left the room for the time being. Then she invited Krauss to her bedroom, and made him tell her everything about their current financial situation. These were things that Natsui hadn't been told about, under the assumption that a woman had no business knowing. Natsui had herself made a point of avoiding this area in the past, thinking that it wasn't a wife's place to intrude on such matters. However, this might also have meant that she had abandoned her duty as a wife to protect her family. The depths of this sin had been made quite clear to Natsui. Krauss was probably tired of trying to defend himself. Perhaps because he had gotten a headache, he hid his face and sank into silence. Natsui noticed that the water in the electric kettle was boiling, and stood up to refill her cup with black tea. When she touched the cup of black tea, she noticed for the first time. The sound of the cup and saucer clinking together told her that her fingers were shaking. Krauss had built up a large debt to obtain funds for his various projects, and to cover the losses when they failed. of course, he had put the mansion and property up as collateral. However, doing such a thing above board would result in the mortgage being registered. In other words, there would be a record that Krauss had put Kinzo's wealth up as collateral to obtain a loan without anyone's permission. Kinzo, Ava, and the others must not learn of such a thing. Therefore, Krauss had been putting those assets up as collateral, using the worst possible method. Oh no.
権利書と委任状を預けた。
You did what? I am absolutely baffled at this man.
それはどういう意味ですか？
What Krauss was saying probably meant that he had, in essence, signed away the rights to his assets. If these assets had been used as collateral for a loan, then Krauss would still have some leeway under the law. He would have to deal with a bank, which would have absolutely no compassion. But they would be able to work something out within the rules set by society. However, signing away the deed and power of attorney was a whole different story. In other words, even the mansion they were living in. If the person holding the deed were to decide to ignore his agreement with Krauss and sell the mansion to a third party right this moment, they would have no recourse whatsoever. Far from using collateral for a loan, this was basically the same as selling their house to borrow money.
つまり後宮家の生殺与奪は金貸したちの手に委ねられていたわけですね。
I would be so angry. I mean, like, what the hell was he thinking? Krauss is indeed an idiot. Maybe Kinzo was right all along. But then again, the Kinzo that we've seen has supposedly been dead, so I don't know. But yeah, I guess there was a reason not to really trust Krauss. If this is actually regular Krauss. Oh my goodness, I would hope this isn't actually what Krauss is like, but oh, pain. I feel pain just reading this.
彼らがほんのわずかの気まぐれを起こして突然この家を売り払ったら、私たちは今すぐにも荷物をまとめ出て行かなくてはならないということですね。
理屈上はそうだ。だが取引の相手はいずれも社会的信用のある人物ばかりだ。
I want to scream. Can't lie, the World 17 music is meh. World 16 music unbeaten. The World 16 music is pretty good. But yeah, Krauss still in denial after all this. Man, this man has ascended to the copium plane of existence. Like, he ain't just... He is no longer just consuming copium. He lives in the copium dimension.
その金じゃないぞ。 経済人同士の信用取引だ。
Every word that comes out of your mouth, Krauss, I don't even know. I don't know if I can feel any worse about you right now.
私も相手を信用している。相手だって私に金を貸すことで私が大きな事業を成功させ、投資した額が大きくなって帰ってくることを信用している。委任状を預けたのも私の誠意と事業の絶対の成功を疑わないからだ。
Like I am actually angry for Natsuhi and Jessica. When the first hero comes to World 17, you know he said good things about her, so let's go with bad. Oof. Definitely having copium for the second hero. Let's see. Let's see. Oof.
ここで渋ったらどうなる？自分の事業に自分で自信が持てないことになるだろう。
You were such a successful businessman. We wouldn't be in debt right now, would we? Natsui only barely stopped herself from saying that.
お父様は亡くなりました。するとどうなりますか？
Yeah, how is this man still alive? I mean, at this point, I could see him like going into a back alley being told, hey, there's a really good business deal here, and then just being straight up murdered.
あなたの借金が白日のもととなり、他の兄弟たちに咎められることになるわけですか？
それだけでは済まない。多分刑事訴訟にも及ぶだろう。
刑事訴訟？どうしてですか？
君は知らない方がいい。
It just gets worse. It just keeps getting worse. Where does this downward spiral end?
とにかく絶対にこのことを誰にも知られてはならんのだ。
Krauss looked at the floor shamefully, shaking his head over and over. If it would come to criminal charges, then he must have broken some laws. Probably been so intent on raising a large sum of money that nothing had mattered to him but survival. Krauss had seriously believed that he would succeed with several businesses, and that he would definitely gain huge profits. So he had figured that even if he stepped over a few legal lines, he would be able to pay everything back before too long and pretend that the whole thing had never happened. This may have been the factor that lessened his resistance toward breaking a couple laws. And now Kinzo's death, the worst possible thing, had occurred. And they wouldn't be able to keep it all hidden for long.
私たちはどうなるのですか？
心配することはない。君は信じてくれんが、景気は今確実に上向いているんだ。私が都心で投資した不動産価値はみるみる上昇している。今それらを統合して巨大ビジネスタワーを建設する計画が進んでいる。
これは私のこれまでの投資の中で最も確実で最も大きな成功をしているものだ。
What? It's just this man is so far in debt and has broken laws, and he's about to be found out, and yet he's like, "Oh, don't worry. This one thing I invested in is gonna pay me back real soon." And he's working on a project to make a business tower. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he has been completely digging himself into the ground with every single word. He's like at the center of the earth at this point. Or really close.
ただ、それは身をつけるのにまだ時間をかける。絶対に確実だが、今すぐというわけではないのだ。
Pain. So much pain. And like, he's dragging his family down with him. He basically sold the house. And I would assume they have basically no money. Or well, I guess they have some money, but they're also super deep in debt. It's painful. It's painful to read this.
その事業の成功は借金を返済するに足りるものですか？
もちろんだと思う。これまでの借金をすべて帳消しにできる。だから信じてくれ。もう少しだけ時間が欲しいんだ。
Have faith in me. I only need a little more time. Yeah. I'm sure they all say that.
しかしお父様はもうお亡くなりになってしまいました。もうその時間はないのですよ。
分かっている。分かっているとも。だから、どこかから金を調達して今すぐに借金を返さなくてはならない。
Yeah, now he needs to obtain money right now and pay off the debts. And now what's he gonna do? So in a nutshell, he's the culprit. I mean, it's really setting, well, okay, so at the beginning of this, Bernkastel's in-game character, or how, I don't know what we should call that, said that Natsuhi was the culprit. And it's really setting Natsuhi up to look like the culprit now, because I could see her, like, killing everybody else to keep this secret from coming out, buying their family a little more time, maybe? I don't know. But yeah, Krauss is just an idiot. Krauss is a complete idiot. Oh my goodness, this is... Who put this man in charge of money?
とにかく金が必要なんだ。金が大量に今すぐ。
Yeah. As Krauss roared and clutched at his head, he writhed about as if in pain. As she watched, several emotions swirled about in Natsui's chest. Her emotions conflicted as she felt pity for her husband, while also feeling that he was a fool. And she felt a mixture of resentment and regret towards her own irresponsibility in letting her husband run wild for so long. Even if this day hadn't come, it should have been clear that they were in a very critical situation. And yet he had carelessly waited for this moment to come, and was now writhing about. Her husband was so foolish, so pitiful. It would be easy to let herself get fed up with this. However, she was his wife. For a while, ridiculing her husband as a fool would run in conflict with her responsibilities. Or for a wife, ridiculing her husband. If he was a fool, then she would have to support him enough to compensate. However, she didn't have a clue what she should do. Since there had been such a massive amount of money within arm's reach, it was only natural that Krauss had tried to dip his hands into it. Oh, but you know, I bet this is actually, like, legitimately what Krauss is like. Because everything is the same before the 2 days. So, and I mean, he couldn't just accumulate this debt in the current 2 days. He had to have it before. So that means in every loop, he's been super in debt. It's just, yeah, we're just seeing this now. Oh my goodness, Krauss. And to think before, I thought he was sort of reliable, if a little misguided. Like, I mean, we saw before that he had been in some not good business ventures, but it was only like 1 or 2, and then nothing else was mentioned. Like, they mentioned the island being a tourist spot. That didn't really work out, and they mentioned something about an amusement park, I think. Yeah, we thought Krauss looked confident and imposing every time. Oh my goodness, I feel ashamed for thinking that. Still don't understand why they're all killing each other, though. Same. I mean, in this case, if Natsuhi is the killer, I could see it being because she wants to cover up Kinzo's death. Because once Kinzo dies, the inheritance has to be separated into like 4 different parts for each of the families. And so they would pressure them for more money, which they don't have right now. So then if Natsuhi killed them all, then that would sort of get covered up for now. And in the future, they wouldn't have to give them money either. But I don't know if that's actually what's going on or what will happen, because this is still in the past of what has already happened. But also, I don't know if they could get, like, life insurance off of it. I don't know. Nazi is Beatrice. That would be interesting. And hey there, small blue gem. Father died, siblings are gonna want their part of the money. Yeah. And really, the only way they could stop them from reclaiming their money is if they died. Because there's no way they would voluntarily accept that they're not getting their money, or they have to wait for their money. Because everybody needs money and they need it now for different reasons. House manages to get the money back somehow. Oh my. Yeah, so back with Nazi. It would also be easy to tell him to be a man and give up on all of it. But that would also run in conflict with her responsibilities. She was Ushiromiya Natsuhi, the woman who had become Krauss's wife and sworn to support him, the new head of the Ushiromiya family, for her whole life. She had to somehow help her husband in his efforts to raise money. She understood it logically, but she couldn't suppress the indescribable dejection that seemed to rise up from the dark depths of her heart.
そうだ。親父の隠し黄金。
Yeah, the hidden gold. If Krauss finds the hidden gold, they can fix everything.
10トンの黄金なら200億の価値がある。あれさえあれば。そうそう。あれさえ見つかれば万事は解決する。夏日、あれだ。魔女の碑文だ。あれを解こう。一緒に解こう。黄金さえ見つかれば万事解決なんだ。
Everything will work itself out if they can just find the gold. I'm sure it'll be that simple.
そうさ。この島のどこかに隠されてるはずなんだ。あれさえあれば。あれさえあれば。
If they had that, they could go with so many more shady business deals. Oh joy.
一体あなたやめてください。
Krauss, acting as excited as if he'd thought up a perfect, brilliant plan, grasped Natsuhi's upper arms tightly. Natsuhi couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He wasn't just taken aback because she'd heard him bring up something as fake-sounding as the hidden gold. This was Krauss, who usually mocked the story of the hidden gold, saying that it didn't exist, and that it was all an illusion his father had created to borrow a lot of money. That was why Natsuhi was doubly taken aback.
そうだ。ジェシカにも協力してもらおう。子供の感性でなら解けることもあるかもしれない。今は一家の一大事なんだ。みんなで協力し合わなくてはならない。そうだ。あんなの親父が作った気まぐれな謎なんだ。解けるはずさ。解けないはずがないんだ。
I am very concerned.
それしかないんだ。ああ、夏日、本当によかった。まだ手は残っていたんだよ。こんなに身近に。この島に黄金はある。それさえあれば万事解決なんだ。夏日、ジェシカを呼ぶんだ。今すぐここに。家族の危機は家族で乗り越えよう。
So desperate he's even believing in what he believed to be fantasy before? Yeah. Well, but does he actually believe it to be fantasy? Because way back in... Was it still in episode 1? Or was it like episode 2? He had that secret room where there was... Was it 1 gold bar, or was there like 3? Anyway, there was at least 1 gold bar with the 1-winged eagle on it. So, I mean, he could have been downplaying it. It was in episode 1? Okay. I thought so. He could have been downplaying the gold because he didn't want anyone else to find it. Yeah.
さあ早く。黄金はこの島にある。すぐ身近にあるんだ。
What was that? Unable to withstand the pain in the arm he was twisting in his excitement, Natsui knocked Krauss aside. Chadsuhi returns. Knocked Krauss aside. Krauss tripped over the edge of the bed and flopped over onto the floor.
いい加減にしてください。そしてどうか冷静になられてください。後宮家の一大事にそんな夢みたいなことを言い出してどうするというのですか。
夏日。
あなたもよく頭を冷やされて現実的な金策をお考えになってください。私も頭を冷やしてきます。
待ってくれ、夏日。
Maybe he had come to his senses the instant he fell over. Krauss tried to tell Natsui to stop, but she just kept walking. After closing the door forcefully, Natsui dashed away. Natsuhi ran through the corridor. Ooh. Even though she didn't want anyone to see her like this, she ran headlong into Genji.
大変失礼いたしました。奥様、お怪我はございませんか?
I can't believe she ran directly into a wall.
私は大丈夫です。放っておきなさい。
かしこまりました。
あ、源氏、お父様の書斎はどうなっていますか？
そのままにしております。南條先生は客間におられますが。
そうですか。書斎の鍵は持っていますか？
はい、ございます。
お貸しなさい。しばらく私とお父様の二人きりにするように。もし主人に私のことを聞かれても知らないというのですよ。
かしこまりました。
After grabbing the key to the study that Genji was holding out to her, Natsui rushed up the stairs. She then flew into the study, finally let out a wail, cried. Poor Natsui.
お父様、愚かな私たちをどうかお許しください。
Oh no, the sad music.
私と主人はお父様の築き上げてきたものを受け継ぐことができます。罪深く愚かな私たちをどうかどうかお許しください。そしてもしお許しいただけるならば、どうか愚かな私たちをお導きください。
Feels bad she's including herself. Yeah, I mean, like, with this being back in the 80s or whatever, like, and with this family being so intent on like the women belong in the kitchen mindset. I can see, like, it. I can't really see it being her fault. Because, I mean, monetary problems were supposed to be solved by the man, and she's just trying to be a good wife in that sense. Yeah, honor this, honor that. Yeah, herself, yeah. I mean, in reality, it would make more sense for her to, like, make sure her husband doesn't stray down the wrong path like he has done. That's just not the culture. But I mean, she seems pretty level-headed and everything. She even has interjected a little bit, telling him to give up those ideas before, but he still went through with them anyway. So yeah, it's really not her fault. or if there is any fault, it's very small. Krauss is just so big of an idiot that disregarded her entirely, and yeah, he dumb. Clinging to Kinzo as he slept in the bed, Natsui cried even harder. She kept imagining Kinzo sitting up suddenly and patting her head. No, father isn't the type of person to pamper. More likely, he'd yell at me to stop being so noisy. However, neither of these imaginations came true, because it was an undeniable fact that Kinzo had entered an eternal sleep. Even so, Natsui begged the sleeping Kinzo to forgive and help them. It was still only a few hours after his passing. Perhaps his soul was still here, listening to her. Believing this, Natsui begged for Kinzo's forgiveness and help even more earnestly.
やかましいぞ。私は沈黙を尊ぶといつも言っている。
That voice made Natsui jump up in surprise. She imagining him? When she faced in the direction that the voice had come from, she saw Kinzo sitting at the study desk, holding up his reading glasses.
またクラウスと喧嘩をしたのか。嫁をいたわらぬとはクラウスめ。私の悪いところばかりを受け継ぎよる。
Well, here Kinzo seems sort of caring. We haven't really seen that much before. Well, I mean, we've seen that a little bit. Yeah, I mean, he did talk to Natsuhi the one time. And, like, tell her that he was glad that she was in their family or something. Something about, that's right, something about wearing the one-winged eagle in her heart. But again, at that time Kinzo was supposed to be dead. Wait. Kinzo's been dead this whole time. So what in the world happened before when we saw Kinzo? Maybe we'll eventually get that answer.
お父様。
なんというみそぼらしい顔か。顔を洗え。仮にも後宮家次期当主の妻ではないか。そんな情けない面を使用人に見せてはならぬぞ。
Yeah, so we've never really saw the real Kinzo. Because like anytime before this, he was supposed to be dead. So I'm sort of interested now, what was the real Kinzo like? I mean, I'm imagining that Natsui here is just imagining what he would tell her, at least according to her imagination. Saw him once or twice in flashbacks, like with dead Beatrice or Kudorian. Green. Yeah, I guess Kudorian would be the normal him? Or the real him? Maybe. Recounting the time Rosa killed Beatrice? Yeah. I remember a little about that point. Oh, they did say that conversation happened? Okay. Well, I guess Kinzo was a little crazy then. Confirmed. Because he kept treating Beatrice as a different person. Also, a conversation between Ava and Krauss when Kinzo appeared. Oh, right, like teenager them. And he was saying about how Krauss, or well, how a woman wouldn't inherit the family. Yeah, and she wasn't supposed to go to college. Okay, so he was cranky old man who stuck to tradition. And he was a little crazy. But did he have a nice side to him? I want to know that. I want to know more about Kinzo and Natsui's relationship. Why is she so stuck to him? Was he nice to her?
Hi, お父様。失礼しました。
Natsuhi understood. This was just an illusion. One that Natsui had created out of her desire to speak with a memory of Kinzo as he once was. No, that wasn't it. She believed that just for now, Kinzo's soul had shown itself to her. She was sure that doubting this would cause it to vanish in an instant.
当主の座が継承されたと同時に早速厄介事が起きたようだな。
はい、お父様。夫を支えることができませんでした。本当に申し訳ありません。
Sag.
つくづく後宮家は呪われている。
True.
私が当主を継承した時もそれはひどいものだった。お前たちの苦難などまだまだ可愛いものだ。
Kinzo's succession to the family headship had come suddenly. At the time, he had been nothing more than a single young man from a branch family, far separated from the Ushiromiya main family. The main family might have had honor and tradition, but Kinzo had nothing to do with that. Then the principal members of the main family were wiped out in the Great Kanto earthquake, along with their businesses. On top of that, there had been a complicated antagonism between the members of the family at the time, and the elders had all tried to impose their will on the others in that sinking ship. Because of this, they weren't even able to elect a leader to revive the Ushiromiya family. They then found a common ground and selected Kinzo, a youth with absolutely no ties to any of the opposing elders, to be the head. Though the elders hadn't really entrusted Kinzo with the rebuilding of the Ushiromiya family, Kinzo had been nothing more than their puppet, with his arms and legs pulled in opposite directions.
はい。お父様の苦難の日々はよく存じております。
そして戦争が始まった。当時の私はもう生きていくことに疲れ果てていた。戦場で死ねればと願ったが、前線には送られなかった。しかし、日に日に戦況が悪化し、本土決戦の時が近づいてきていた。私は不謹慎にもその日が早くやってくることを願っていた。
After listening to the approaching footsteps of that Reaper day in and day out, it is said that Kinzo started cutting his ties with this world one by one. And then, on that day when he had severed all his regrets, when he reached a state of enlightenment, it is said that he had a mystical experience. It is said that he met her, the Golden Witch, Beatrice.
私は魔女と契約を交わし、黄金と狂気の力を与えられた。その日を境に、古き私は死に、狂気の魔力を得た新しき私が誕生したのだ。
存じております。そして戦後、お父様は天才的辣腕にて後宮家を復興させるのです。
The now deceased elders who knew Kinzo at the time had whispered to each other that Kinzo must have bumped his head on the battlefield and returned with a different personality. That was how much Kinzo had stood out after the war. Whether the story about Kinzo meeting a witch was true or not, there could be no doubt that the extraordinary experience of war had prepared him for death and let him reach a state of enlightenment. If he wanted to describe the mystical experience following all that as a meeting with a witch, that claim certainly couldn't be dismissed out of hand.
そうですね。お父様は戦争からお帰りになり、魔女ベアトリーチェを従え、真の意味での後宮家当主となられたのです。
そうだ。ベアトリーチェに出会う以前の私は、当主と呼ばれるだけの人形に過ぎ、私は黄金の魔女を従えて初めて当主たり得たのだ。
お父様、その黄金の魔女は新しき当主である夫クラウスには力を貸してくださらないのでしょうか。
貸すであろうな。真に当主を継承したならば。
Assuming that he has truly succeeded the headship. What does that mean?
真に継承するとはどういう意味ですか？
真の意味で後宮家の当主としての責任と誇りを持てるかどうかということだ。
Omega lol, no.
夏日、お前ならば分かっているはず。当主とは血で継承されるものではない。魂と信念によって継承されるのだ。クラウスが我が長男であっても、それがなくては真の当主とは呼べない。そしてそれが心に宿されていたなら、その人間はたとえクラウスでなくとも立派な新しき当主である。黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェはその真の当主に力を貸すであろう。そうであるな、ベアトリーチェ。
1 minute. Okay, I'm back. When Kinzo called the witch's name, gold butterflies seethed out of every corner of the room. This fantastical scene had an otherworldly beauty to it. It was like standing in the midst of a blizzard of golden flower petals being blown about by a rose garden of gold. Beatrice exists, magic exists. As Natsui stared at this scene in shock, the gold butterflies gathered and formed a human shape. Then, the witch of the portrait appeared.
いかにもわらわこそ後ろ宮家顧問錬金術師黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェだ。わらわは奔放にして自由。誰の命令も聞かぬ。
The fake Beatrice. The game piece Beatrice.
それを世界でたった一人、私だけが支配した。だからこそ後宮家の当主たり得るのだ。
その傲慢さこそが後宮家当主の資格だというか。
傲慢とはすなわち自信であり勇気である。そしてそれに見合う力を得ようとする飽なき向上心の表れである。だからこそ私はお前を支配した。
傲慢を語る男がそれを実現していく様を見るのは心地よいものだ。不言実行は強運なる者の言い訳に過ぎぬ。真の王者は持たぬ者さえも語る。そしてその傲慢を確かに実現してみせるのだ。わらわを支配できる者にはその王者の傲慢が必要だ。
わかるか、夏日よ。真の王者はあらゆる苦難を恐れぬ。必ず乗り越えられると公言する。その算段がなくともだ。 だから弱者は希望を持つ。集い、あがめ、協力を誓う。そこに力が生まれ、有言は実行されるのだ。それを心に刻め。
はい、お父様。
Natsuhi understood. Through this mystical experience, Kinzo was telling her how to prepare herself to overcome hardship, even after his own death. Feeling a warm sensation rise up in her chest, she let the valuable words Kinzo had given her echo through her mind over and over. A true monarch. In other words, the true head of the Ushiromiya family must not fear hardship. Such a person must believe they can overcome any hardship. If they can't even believe it about themselves, then they'll have no chance of overcoming their challenges. She suddenly felt very ashamed of the way she'd entered this room, sobbing and asking Kinzo what to do.
私は愚かでした。後宮家の一大事に泣き言を言う暇などあるわけもありません。そしてお父様から後宮家を引き継いだ以上、私たちは何があってもその名誉を守り抜きます。
ほう、どうやってクラウスの借金を返済するか、その青写真も描けぬのにか。
Beatrice laughed unpleasantly. No, that wasn't it. He was testing Natsuhi to see whether she possessed the mental readiness to be a true monarch. Natsuhi wasn't confused anymore. He answered clearly, gazing into Beatrice's eyes.
はい、今はどうすればいいのか、その方法をまだ見つけることはできません。しかし私の夫は新しき後宮家の当主であり、私はそれを支える妻です。ですから夫に代わり私が宣言します。
聞こ
う。後宮クラウスと夏日は必ずやこの苦難を乗り越え、後宮家の名誉を守ってみせます。お父様にご心配をおかけすることはありません。
クラウスの借金の規模と惨憺たる状況については知っておる
な。はい、この屋敷さえも明日には立ち退けと命じられても拒めぬという最悪の状況です。遺産分配となれば親族たちに刑事告発さえされるかもしれません。しかし心配には及びません。そうなる前に借金をすべて返済し、名誉を取り戻します。
As she stood at attention with a resolute attitude, Natsuhi proclaimed this clearly with Ushiromiya Kinzo and Beatrice as witnesses. For a while, they remained silent, as though weighing Natsuhi's resolve. Then Kinzo chuckled and turned away.
よし。なぜにこやつが我が息子ではなかったのか。
その資質を持つ女を息子がめとったことさえ、これもまたそなたの強運よ。
ベアトリーチェ、私の最後の命令だ。
当主でないそなたの命令をもはや聞く義理はないぞ。
ほう。ならば新しき後宮家当主の命令に従え。
そなたはすでに当主でなく、クラウスは未だ当主ではない。わらわは誰に仕えよというのか。
お前にそれを委ねる。後宮家の当主を受け継ぐ資格があるかどうか、そして片翼のわしの紋章を背負うにふさわしいかどうか、お前が確かめるのだ。
断るぞ。当主でなき男の命令など聞けぬわ。
いや違うぞ。これは遺言である。当主が残したお前への最後の命令である。
ならば従わぬわけにはいかぬか。わらわもつくづく付き合いがよい。
違うな。
ほう。
興味を持ったからであろうが。
つくづくそなたには隠し事ができんな。
夏日。
はい、お父様。
乗り越えてみよう、この苦難を。
はい。
That might have seemed like a mere response to Natsuhi, but to Kinzo and Beatrice, it seemed to be something of much greater significance. Beatrice nodded deeply, and with a motion as elegant as her dress, she bowed deeply before Natsuhi.
後宮家顧問錬金術師黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ、ここに後宮家の苦難を再び乗り越えるため、そなたの力となろうぞ。ありがとう。あなたの力が必要です。私たちは必ずこの苦難を乗り越えます。そのために助力は惜しまぬが、先に断らねばならぬ。かつて金蔵の窮地を救ったように、そなたに再び莫大な黄金を与えれば、この度の苦難は解決することは分かっている。しかしそれはできぬのだ。そうですか。
すまんな、夏日。ベアトリーチェの黄金は私一代限りという契約なのだ。そしてそれを受け継ぐためには魔女の碑文を解かねばならぬのが取り決め。
黄金は碑文にて封じられている。だからそれを解けぬ限り、そなたに黄金の魔法は与えられぬ。わかりました。ならば他の方法でこの窮地を脱する方法を模索しましょう。主人は時間をかけるとは言っていますが、必ず借金は返済できると言っています。
Natsui, please. Husband said his plan would take time, but he also said that it would surely be sufficient to repay our debts. You're believing him? Please don't.
そのための時間を得ることができれば、この苦難は乗り越えられます。
By time.
よいぞ、夏日。続けよ。
しかし金蔵はもう死んでいるぞ。医者と使用人は葬儀の準備。そなたは親族たちにその連絡だ。そなたは自ら
その金策の猶予時間を終わらせる宣言をすることになる。自ら刃を下ろす断頭台も愉快なものよ。
Startled, Natsuhi looked up at the ceiling. There wasn't actually anything there. But even so, Natsuhi had found something.
降りたか、魔力が。
What?
夏日決まった。わらわに望む奇跡の魔法。
Once again, all of those who had witnessed Kinzo's corpse were gathered in the study. Krauss was still impatient, clutching at his head. Genji was as expressionless as ever. Nanjo and Kumasawa wore bewildered expressions on their faces. But in stark contrast to all of them, Natsuhi wore a resolute expression.
あなたにもう一度お尋ねします。金策は間違いないのですね。
1年、いや、せめて半年あれば必ず実る計画なんだ。
Krauss, please.
しかし、今すぐにはどうしても無理なんだ。
ならば、それを待ちましょう。
しかし、お前も言ったぞ。親父はもう死んでしまった。
お父様はお亡くなりになどなっていませんよ。まだこうしてご健在であられます。
Natsuhi. When Natsuhi said this, everyone jumped and looked up, because they instantly understood what those words meant. However, Krauss alone didn't get it right away and asked her.
それはどういう意味だね。親父はもう現にそこに。
I mean, what was she supposed to do? Well, maybe not murder the rest of the family, because it's really looking like that's what she did. There's a property bubble in Japan from 1986 to 1991. All property price was at least double every year. Huh. Interesting. So if he actually had a few more years, he might have been able to pay it back. Maybe. Yeah, if only it was in 1985. Yep.
繰り返します。お父様は未だにご健在であられます。ご自身の研究がお忙しいので、これまで以上に書斎を出ることはできません。ですから私たちは、お父様が研究に専念できるように、外務をすべて執り行い。
But yeah, and how is she gonna hide this anyway?
お父様に不要なお仕事が及ばないようにしなくてはなりません。
Well, I guess they could say he got lost in the forest eventually. But, yeah, they still need to fool the rest of the family at the conference.
つまりそれは、これまでと何ら変わらないということ。
I wonder, is she, at this point in time, is she planning to kill everybody? That seems like a very unstable plan. Although, she herself might not be very stable at this moment in time.
理解できていますね、源氏。
はい。片翼のわしの家具はこれからも親方様にお仕えいたします。
熊沢、そして南條先生、私の話は理解できましたね。
え、その
それでいいのかね、夏井さん。
お父様は確かに今日お亡くなりになったかもしれません。しかし今この場にいる私たち全員が信じることでお父様を蘇らせる魔法を使うことができます。
That sounds so cheesy.
無理ですよ、奥様。そんないくらなんでも。
解剖すれば死亡時期を特定される。不審がられることは避けられん。
Yeah.
お父様はお亡くなりにならないのですから解剖などされる言われはありませんよ。
Of course, she wasn't planning to make it seem like Kinzo would live forever. The fake life given to Kinzo would last only until Krauss could repay his debts. After that, Kinzo's soul would finally be able to rest in peace. Najo repeatedly said that the time of death would be discovered during the autopsy, but Natsui kept saying that this wouldn't be a problem.
お父様は死亡届によってお亡くなりになるのではありません。
Not pass away by being reported dead.
そうか。失踪届か。
He reported missing. After clapping his hands together, Krauss stood up, shaking his fists.
そうです。借金が無事に返済でき、お父様にお休みいただける準備が整ったなら、その時にお父様の失踪を宣言します。
Rockinjima's vast, uncultivated forest was the perfect place to stage a disappearance. One day, Kinzo would go out to the forest for a walk and never return. They would search for him without success, and then be forced to report his disappearance. So... yeah, wasn't in episode 4 they were saying pretty much this exact same thing? But yet Kinzo appeared before them or something, and that's the question of what happened. So probably they were right, and that would actually have happened, but yeah, the question is what happened during the family conference.
失踪なら死体がなくても死亡届を出せる。つまり死亡時期を隠せるということだ。どうだ、南條先生。これなら何の問題もない。
確かにそういうことにはなりますが。
That was such a loser, yeah.
それで良いのですか、奥様。確かに私たちが黙っていれば、親方様がお亡くなりになられたのは秘密にできるかもしれません。ですが、どこでどう間違って誰かに知られないとも。
熊沢、声が大きいです。お父様はあちらでお休み中なのですよ。起こしてしまわれるつもりですか？
Uh-huh. It isn't a corpse. Kinzo is sleeping. As Natsui said that, Kinzo lay quietly on the bed as though there was nothing at all odd about her words.
さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。そなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。そなたがどんな日々を謳歌していたのか。
Once again, a storm of gold butterflies started to swirl, covering Kinzo's cold body. Then, after the butterflies exploded into fine gold powder and disappeared, just like those fairy tales that have been told over and over since long ago, Kinzo slowly opened his eyes and sat up.
お父様。
夏日、先に我が名誉のために断っておくぞ。私は生への執着からそなたにこれをそそのかしたのではない。
嘘つきめ。多少は予見していたであろうが。どうだ金蔵。体の方は。
悪くはないが、どこか夢の中のような感じだ。重みがないな。
この世にとどまることを許されぬ存在が未だとどまっているのだ。多少の不自由は諦めよ。お体は本当に大丈夫なのですか？本当に大丈夫なのですか？
むしろ心地よいくらいだ。これが死後の世界の感覚ならば、幽霊気取りも捨てたものではないぞ。
これにてどうか、夏日。金蔵はよみがえった。故に葬儀は不要。そなたの苦難はこれにて解決だ。
I wonder if Beatrice could represent like a makeup artist or something, and Kinzo could represent like Krauss dressing up as Kinzo, maybe, or somebody dressing up as Kinzo. A makeup artist, like, or costume artist or whatever. Somebody fixing up Krauss to make him look like Kinzo. But if that's the case, Beatrice would have to represent like one of the servants or something. Or it could just be a figment of her imagination and she's just imagining Kinzo being alive again. I don't know. There are more than 18 people on the island? No, I don't think so. That's why I said it would have to be one of the servants doing the makeup or whatever. And being represented by Beatrice. Yeah, maybe it more likely it's just her imagination. Imagining Kinzo being revived or something. Oh.
トリーチェ。
It's magic, yes. Yes, it's definitely magic. As Natsui tried to find words of gratitude amidst her confusion, Beatrice waggled her pointer finger and spoke.
感謝の言葉はいらぬぞ。支配者は傲慢であればよい。わらわは頼みは聞かぬが、命令には従うのでな。
それでも言います。ありがとう。これで主人のために時間が稼げます。
Borger.
あとは私たちの仕事です。
しかし夏日、心確かに金蔵はよみがえったが、それは永遠ではない。我が魔力が続く限りである。半魔法の毒素により魔法は破られてしまうかもしれぬことを心せよ。魔法の断りを正しく理解し、その維持に努めよ。わらわはそなたに奇跡を見せるが、それをつかみとどめるのはそなたの役目だ。
Firmly grasp it.
無論です。あなたにもらったこの奇跡を私たちは決しておろそかにしません。
それでよい。なるほどな。主と畳は新しい方がいいというのは本当らしい。
Yeah, just a totally normal thing. Change out your master like a floor mat. Totally normal.
気に入った。わらわはそなたに仕えようぞ。後ろ宮夏日。我こそは後ろ宮家顧問錬金術師、黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。いつでも我が名を呼ぶがいい。さすれば現れ、わらわはそなたに奇跡を授けるであろう。
ありがとう。私は後宮夏日。あなたを刺激し、後宮家の名誉を守ります。
They look so happy together. Nocturne of Truth and Illusion. Huh? Family conference of the previous year. 85. The previous year? We're going back to the previous year. Okay, before we do this though, I need to go use the bathroom. I will be right back in just a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. There we go. Okay. So the family conference of 1985. The Rose Garden was truly splendid this year. The roses were blooming like crazy, as if competing with each other. In that rose garden, Kinzo, Kanon, and Natsui could be seen.
今年も良い花をつけたな。お前の手入れの賜物か。
ありがとうございます。今年は気候が良かったもので。
普段にも増して庭園が美しく保たれていますね。見事です。
ありがとうございます。
今日という日でさえなかったなら、バラをめでながら紅茶を楽しむこともできただろうに。
Kinzo shrugged. Today was the family conference. When it came to the other siblings' businesses, none of the news had been good. On the contrary, those siblings probably planned to turn the conversation to the topic of Kinzo's remaining life, and hold a quiet feud over the inheritance.
不愉快な奴らだ。時にクラウスの方はどうなのか。レイの借金返済の計画は無事に進んでいるのか。
確かに現実性のある計画のようです。ただ計画の規模がだいぶ大きいようで、なかなか思い通りに結実しないようです。
Wait, so does this take place after what they had just talked about? And then that was like way before 1986? Yeah. So Kinzo's been dead for years. Okay. Huh.
可能ならば今日の親族会議を迎える前に何とかしたかったものだな。
はい。申し訳ございません。良いのか、金蔵。そんなところをのんびり散歩しておって。
Interesting. I think even in episode 1, the siblings mentioned they haven't seen Kinzo the previous year. That's true. Yeah. Getting ridiculous. This is the second year they won't be able to see him. Yeah, I didn't really remember that, but yeah, now that you mention that, that makes sense. So we are starting to get some answers. Kinzo's been dead for a long time. The debt has been a thing for a while. Krauss is a loser. A massive loser. Well, and the servants know that Kinzo's dead. That's another thing. The servants know that Kinzo is dead. How had Beatrice gotten up there? Well, it's fairly pointless to wonder about that sort of thing when you're dealing with a witch. Beatrice was casually sitting on the roof of the arbor, almost as though she had been basking in the sun.
半魔法の毒素の塊である親族どもが押しかけてくるのだぞ。
First big reveal from the game. Yeah. I mean, that is a pretty big thing, that the servants know that Kinzo's dead. I mean, before we knew that Kinzo was dead, but now we know that, well, Krauss, Natsuhi, and the servants, and Dr. Nanjo all know that Kinzo is dead, and they're covering it up. Answer arc delivers immediately. Nice.
鉢合わせになったら、そなたの魂など一瞬で蒸発してしまうぞ。
Bump into them, your soul evaporate in an instant. What have you done? Ah!
すでに死んだ身だ。
お前はもう死んでいる。
蒸発もまた小気味が良いというもの。
そういうわけには参りません。どうかお城宮家のためにもうしばらくお力をお貸しください。
But yeah, since Kinzo's dead, if we assume that magic's not real, then Natsuhi's out here with Canon. Although is Canon really part of the conversation? Maybe she's just imagining this conversation with Kinzo. Notice Kinzo actually uses Watashi. I can't. Well, I mean, I haven't really been paying attention to the pronoun he uses, but I can't really see him using Watashi. It's supposed to be a more neutral, sort of feminine-leaning pronoun. He'd be like, Ore. The masculine Ore.
夏日、親族どもの乗った船がこちらへ向かったようだぞ。そろそろ散歩は終わりにした方がよかろうな。
Maybe it's one of the older pronouns. That's true. They've gotten rid of a fair amount of old Japanese words. Beatrice is Warara. Yeah, they don't really use W very much now.
そうですか。ありがとう。お父様は書斎へお戻りください。
やれやれ。この絶好の日和なのにな。残念だ。
愚痴るな、金蔵。今のそなたはわらわに生かされているだけの幽霊であろうが。そなたに毒素で消し飛ばれてはわらわも夏日も困るのでな。おとなしく書斎へ閉じこもり、布団でもかぶっておれ。
Do I not have the... Oh. Yeah, Kinzo, after touching one of the other family members, be like...
"死してなおバラをめでる機会を与えられただけでも幸運とするほかないな。わかった。書斎へ戻ろう。
You know, it's sort of funny. We had Darth Kinzo in episode 4, and now we have kindly old grandfather Kinzo. Stern but kind.
だが紅茶はもらいたい。カン、源氏に紅茶を届けるように伝えよう。今日はマルコ・ポーロでももらおう。
かしこまりました。
では解散しよう。夏日、私抜きで見事親族会議をこなしてみせよ。
もちろんです、お父様。彼らの前で名乗ることはできませんが、主人はすでに後宮家当主。
Oh, he does use Watashi? Huh. Well, that could be also part of, like I said, he is being more kind in this episode, so I don't know if his pronouns change. It would make sort of more sense if he uses different pronouns, depending on what episode it is.
私もその妻として恥ずかしくないよう微力を尽くします。
It's like I could not see Darth Kinzo using Watashi.
朝から胃痛を起こしているクラウスに比べ、夏日はなんと落ち着いたことか。
Oh, it's usually a pronoun for older people being polite, regardless of gender? Okay, that could be. I know very little Japanese. I just know little bits here and there. I once tried to learn some Japanese. I didn't get very far. Atashi? Well, that's usually like if a girl's trying to be cute, right? They'll shorten it to Atashi. But I mean, I remember seeing something about Watashi being sort of on the feminine side. Like it's sort of neutral, but usually guys will use a different word from what I heard before. I don't know. It's been a while.
我が息子が情けない。
Son's quite hopeless. Yeah, it do be like that.
主人にも主人の才能があります。その及ばぬところを支えてこそ私は妻なのです。
So what, polite and formal people would use Watashi? Okay, okay. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
しっかりやれ。私が茶番の邪魔にならぬようおとなしく閉じこもっているとしよう。
And then that time I heard it, Watashi wa.
カノン、お父様を書斎までお連れしなさい。それから源氏に紅茶の手配を。
肩を借りるほど猛録しておらぬわ。感染。
But like, if we assume that Kinzo is not a placeholder for somebody else disguising themselves as Kinzo, and this is all just in Natsui's head, like, I have to imagine, like, is she crazy? Has she gone slightly insane? And she is actually, like, telling the servants to do these things for Kinzo? Or is that just in her head as well? Or It's magic, though. True, true. Refusing Kanon's attempt to lend him a hand, Kinzo rose from the flower bed he had been sitting on. The retired head left everything in Natsui's hands and returned to the study at a gentle pace.
様になっているぞ。金蔵の亡き妻にも似た貫禄があるな。万一お父様が半魔法の毒素にやられたら、魔法は瞬時に解けてしまうのですか？うん。瞬く間だ。わらわは姿を消せばよいが、すでに亡者の金蔵は姿を失えばたちまちのうちに太陽の風に吹き飛ばされ塵と消える。用心せよ。ええ、分かっています。そなたには魔女の才能があるかもしれぬな。半魔法の毒素をためにためて年を重ねたが、それでもなおそなたは魔法を理解した。わらわとの出会いが幼少の頃であったなら、そなたは今頃偉大なる魔女だったかもしれぬ。私は後宮クラウスの妻で当主夫人です。名誉を守るためならば魔女にも鬼にもなりましょう。あなたの魔法の力には深く感謝します。後宮家の名誉はあなたの力なくして守れませんでした。その話は機会を改めよう。その際はぜひ女同士二人きりでのんびり紅茶を楽しみたいものだな。スリランカに行った友人がバラの香りの素敵な紅茶を送ってくれました。ほう、ディンブラか。悪くない。ならば茶受けはパティスが良いぞ。この度の親族会議が無事にごまかし通せたなら、わらわへの褒美としてそれをぜひに振る舞え。
Rose fragrance. I think the tea thing was brought up before. I wonder if that's... I wonder if that's supposed to be a hint to something, or if that's just not relevant.
約束であるぞ。わかりました。約束しましょう。
At some point where Natsui offered some to Rosa, or vice versa? Yeah. Well, I think Rosa offered it because Natsui's headaches. And it was like, I think it's supposed to be good for headaches. Huh. Yeah, that's 1 year later. So I wonder... I mean, this should be canon. This should be what actually happened, maybe with some embellishments. But so she already knew about Dimbula tea. Would be canon. I...
では、後ほど。後ほどな。
Wow, wow. The witch made her body crumble into the rustling winds, became gold flower petals, and scattered into thin air. Natsui watched her go, then turned on her heels and headed for the mansion. And then there were none left in the rose garden.
Saてと、ここでブレイクタイムね。ここまでの展開だけど、なんか文句ある？
何もないわよ。おしっこしたいならさっさと行ってくれば。
Interesting choice of words.
ひどい言い草ね。金蔵はもう死んでるのよ。それがこうして歩き回って言葉を交わしてるじゃない。それって魔法ってことにしちゃってもいいのかしら？
Yeah, Kinzo's already dead. Walking around and talking, doesn't that mean this is magic?
まあ、ベルにはこんな手、今さら通用しないわよね。しかしあなたはどうかしら、バトラー。これっておかしいでしょ？金蔵を蘇らせた魔法の存在を認めざるを得ないんじゃない？
もしそれがベアとの真似のつもりならば、不愉快だから即刻やめろ。
やっぱわかる？それでほらほら、バトルはどう答えてみせるわけ？こうして金蔵がカッポしていることを、いつものゲームみたいに頭を抱えて、こんなのわけわかんねえよって泣き言聞かせてよ。そして全然ダメだぜってお約束の口癖で、お得意のとんでもでぜひ反論を聞かせてよ。
Dang.
死んだはずの人間が歩き回れるわけないものね。集団妄想を見せる未知のウイルス、六軒島症候群の仕業とか、六軒島だけに住む謎の蝶の鱗粉に幻覚作用がとか。
Lambda Delta, please. It was clearly small bombs.
謎の秘密組織山犬が作った集団妄想を見せる未知の薬物、プルプルピコピオの仕業とか。
What in the world? Oh, she's going with it.
素敵なとんでもいっぱい聞かせてよ。
うるさい、黙れ。こんなのは問題にもならない。
Grandfather is dead at this point in time. There's no way he exists.
それを存在するかのように振る舞っているのは、なんとかじい様の死を隠して親族会議をごまかしきろうとする夏日おばさんの嘘だからだ。
Huh?
夏日の嘘をつくと死者が蘇るの？それって夏日の魔法じゃないの？
Huh.
この世界はブラウン管を除く前の世界、開く前の猫箱の世界だ。夏日おばさんがじい様と一緒に散歩したと語り、誰にもそれが嘘であることを確認できない限り、夏日おばさんがじい様とバラ庭園を散歩したことは夏日おばさんの事実として提示できる。
Yeah. So she could just make this up in her head or whatever, make this her reality. As long as Aunt Natsui says she took a walk with grandfather, as long as no one can confirm that it's a lie, say it happened.
だからじい様が現れることができる。
Battler's keeping it together. He's got his game face on. How long can he keep it up? Clap, clap, clap. That extremely unflattering applause was coming from Bernkastel.
ブラボー。 あなたベアトがいないと冷静なのね。
うるさい。お前も黙れ。
Oh, snap.
お待ちなさいよバトラー。あんたのご考説によるなら、夏日しかいない場所には金蔵が現れることは確かに可能かもしれない。夏日しかいない世界で夏日が金蔵を観測したと主張したなら、誰にも否定はできないものね。でもあの場にはカノンが居合わせて、彼も金蔵を見てるのよ。それをどう説明する気なのよ。
Yeah, I mean, I guess they could have been acting just to help keep him alive in their thoughts so that they wouldn't mess up. So yeah, I mean, and after all, we already know that the servants were playing along with it.
全く問題ないな。カノン君は後ろ宮家に雇われてる使用人だ。
Is this gonna become Battler's new catchphrase? That's no problem at all.
夏日おばさんにじい様の死を隠すために口裏を合わせるように命令されてるはずさ。だから夏日おばさんと同じように存在しないはずのじい様を見ることができる。
あいにくね、ラムダ。もうバトラはその程度の子供騙しには引っかからないのよ。
そうみたいね。ま、こんなのゲーム前の前座よ。料理の前のアペリティフ。
飲み屋のお通し、寿司屋の緑茶。
うるせえ。青字で言い直さなきゃ先に進めねえのか。
そうね。一応もらえる？
じい様がすでに死んでいるにもかかわらず、何事もなかったかのように闊歩しているのは、じい様が生きていると思わせたい連中が生み出している幻想だからだ。同じ思惑を持つ人間たちはその幻想を共有できる。そしてあたかもじい様が存在し、ついさっきまで一緒だったかのように語る。だからさも当然のように闊歩しているんだ。
Yeah, then they'll talk as though grandfather actually exists and was with them until a second ago. Yeah, it helps reinforce their, well, I guess helps reinforce their thoughts so that they don't slip up.
よって夏日おばさんに組みしていない人間の前にじい様の幻想が現れることはできない。だからこそ書斎に閉じこもって出てこないという設定が必要になるんだ。
In the games before now, grandfather has always locked himself up in his study. We never met him directly. However, some people said things that made us think he was locked up in his study in a bad mood, such as claiming to have met him only a short while ago. We blindly accepted their statements and believed that grandfather was in the study. That's why it was possible for an illusion of grandfather to exist in the study. That's right. In the games before now, the only people who met with grandfather were Uncle Krauss, Aunt Natsuhi, and the servants. Because they all stuck to the same story, an illusion of grandfather was able to exist on this island, making it seem like he was alive.
ご丁寧にも、お前のゲームの冒頭で、じい様の死を隠すために、夏日おばさんが南條先生たちを言いくるめるシーンまで見せてくれたじゃねえか。今さら、こんな子供騙しには引っかからねえぜ。
やるじゃない。 未知の薬物プルプルピコピヨとか期待してたのに。
Not unknown drug X?
そんな妄言口にするわけもないでしょ。だってその存在を仮定することはファンタジーに屈したのと全く同じだもの。ウイルスだろうと薬物だろうと病気だろうと未知の要素である限りノックス第4条に違反する。
Small bombs, yeah. Nox's fourth commandment. Is this an actual thing, or is this just in this universe? Nox's commandment. Oh. Well, if I look up on Google, it says it autofills Nox commandments Umineko. That might be something only relevant to the game, so I won't look that up just in case of spoilers. Oh. Okay, search just Nox's 10 Commandments. Yeah, Ronald Knox. 10 Commandments of Detective Fiction. Number 4, no hitherto undiscovered poisons may be used, nor any appliance which will need a long scientific explanation at the end. Some interesting stuff here. Number 1, the criminal must be someone mentioned in the early part of the story, but must not be anyone whose thoughts the reader has been allowed to follow. Huh. You know, if I go too far into this, it might spoil things. Oh. Should I read the rest of these? Read number 2. All supernatural or preternatural agencies are ruled out as a matter of course. Yeah. Number 2 makes sense. But should I read the rest of these, or will it be... Okay, they just sort of assume you know this stuff? Okay. Let's see, number 3. Not more than one secret room or passage is allowable. Number 5. No Chinaman must figure in the story? What? Does that mean something else? What is a Chinaman? Or does it actually mean somebody from China? I don't get it. Oh, it's just racism? Okay. I see. Number 6, no accident must ever help the detective, nor must he ever have an unaccountable intuition which proves to be right. Okay. Number 7, the detective must not himself commit the crime. Okay. Number 8, the detective must not light on any clues which are not instantly produced for the inspection of the reader. Number 9, the stupid friend of the detective, the Watson, must not conceal any thoughts which pass through his mind. His intelligence must be slightly, but very slightly, below that of the average reader. I mean, in this case, is Battler supposed to be the Watson? Or is that... I mean, I don't know if all of these actually apply, or if they're just randomly using number 4 there. And then number 10, twin brothers and doubles generally must not appear unless we've been duly prepared for them. Number 5, things like something like stereotypes shouldn't exist. Specifically referring to racial stereotypes. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's see. means it cannot be used as a clue, cannot be used as characterization, cannot be used as part of the murder, cannot be used as motivation for the murder, cannot be used as part of detective technique, cannot be used as part of the solution. Aha. Okay, yeah. Makes sense. Makes sense. Interesting. Okay. But, I mean, if it does follow Nox's commandments, then... Excuse me. Then number 1 seems like a pretty big giveaway. Criminal must be someone mentioned in the early part of the story, but must not be anyone whose thoughts the reader has been allowed to follow. I mean... Well, unless we say that the criminal is Beatrice and there's just more... I mean, whose thoughts have we not been able to follow yet? I guess Beatrice? But that's if we assume that Beatrice herself is the antagonist. But does Beatrice exist? I think it's kind of irrelevant at this point. Beatrice is the culprit. Is she though? Is she though? Or is someone just using the idea of Beatrice to cover up their own misdeeds? I mean, if we eliminate Beatrice as the actual culprit, then other than her, who haven't we been able to follow? Point. I don't know, yeah, maybe I'm just making something out of nothing. Okay, who is Beatrice? That is a good question. In fact, that's sort of the question of episode 4. She kills Battler, but who is she? Yeah.
第4条って何の話だ?
Okay, Battler's asking about the commandments now. Okay, I think we've seen most people's internal monologues so far. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I don't know who we haven't followed. Yeah, even Beatrice is actually, yeah. Well... Well, have we seen her internal dialogue though? Or internal monologues? Or just her acting? Or, I don't know. This is rather confusing. I should stop thinking about this. I'm getting nowhere. I'm spinning the wheels and getting nowhere. So 3, she was pouting his Battler was done with her. Yeah. Reviving Shannon for George. Well, I mean, what I was thinking there is that I don't think she's really genuine at those points in time, so we're not actually seeing her thoughts, maybe? I mean, when she's reviving Shannon for George, that's all the ruse. And pouting because Battler was done with her is... I mean, that could be just for show as well. Kind of semantics, though, yeah. Yeah, I should just stop thinking about this.
ノックス第4条未知の薬物および難解な化学装置の使用を禁ず殺人にこれを用いてはならないという規則よ
Wait, so you're saying we can't use small bombs? No!
なんだそりゃ。未知の薬物 X、未知の化学装置 X は魔女と戦う上での一番の武器だろうが。
Yeah, I sort of agree with Battler on this. Like, if you're just a regular person, there could very well be some unknown drug or scientific device that could, I don't know, change the entire situation. That the culprit may very well have, and you just wouldn't know how it works. The point is, in a good detective novel, it shouldn't exist. True, that's true. Because if you're making a detective novel, the reader has to be able to follow it, so... Fair enough.
全部正式なミステリーでは違反だから
Oh yeah, and then Bernkostel says it. Man, all of this emotion from Bernkostel.
未知のウイルス未知の薬物未知の病気未知の X を仮定なんて立派なファンタジーなわけ
I wouldn't say it necessarily puts it in the fantasy genre. Like, I don't know, does a regular person understand how a smartphone works? I don't think so. You understand the circuitry? Because I sure don't. I mean, I might have a general idea, but... Well, or maybe we should be talking about something that we don't even have a general idea of how it works. Yeah, maybe sci-fi, but not mystery. I mean, it would put it in fiction, but it wouldn't put it in fantasy, I'd say. Or, well, it wouldn't necessarily have to be fiction either. It's just, like I said, there could be very real things that people just don't understand how it works. Or, well, it'd be fiction because it's made up. But it could be using real things. I don't know what I'm trying to say anymore.
ご愁傷様それがあなたの推理だったならあなたゲームオーバーよ
Yeah, I think we're kind of going back to semantics, yeah. Yeah.
何を言ってやがんだ。
あなたはベアトと真正面から戦ってきたつもりでいる。でもね、本当は違うのよ。真正面じゃない。
Offer use time machine to kill someone? Yeah. Yeah, that would be sci-fi.
ずれた角度で戦い合ってたの。あなたがしてた推理ごっこはファンタジー対ミステリーじゃない。ファンタジー対アンチファンタジーでしかないのよ。
何を言ってやがるのかさっぱりわからねえぜ。 だが一つだけわかることがある。俺のこれまでの戦い方にケチをつけたいらしいってことだ。
私たちは魔女幻想というファンタジーを殺すために戦ってるのよ。それはつまりこの物語を正式なミステリーで解釈するということ。つまりミステリーの禁忌に触れる全ての要素は初めから無視して書かれということよ。
無視だと？
例えばこれまでのゲームで何度も密室殺人があったでしょ。
あ
あなたはベアトとその度に犯行現場で隠し扉が存在しないかどうか随分と熱心に確認していたわね。まるでそれ自体が戦いであるかのように赤き真実を織り交ぜてガキンガキンと派手に。あれ、私に言わせると時間の無駄。だってノックス第3条で明記されてるんだもの。秘密の通路の存在を禁ず。
No, I mean, when I looked it up there, that's not what it said. It says not more than one secret room or passage is allowable. So you can have one, but you can only have one. Yeah, it's modified for convenience's sake. But then that isn't Nox's third. Darn it.
ミステリーではね、秘密の通路はあっちゃいけないの。
Maybe there is one.
つまり正式なミステリーとして解釈しようとする場合、隠し扉があるのかどうかなんて論争初めからしたら負けなのよ。
Yeah, I guess I don't like how they change that for their own convenience. There's one, but that one we already know. Okay, so I mean, I assume you're talking about the well that leads to Kuadorian. That would be the hidden passage. So, and because we have that one, we can't have any others. There aren't any, but there is one. There's a passage to Kuadorian.
存在するかもしれないと疑う時点でもうゲームオーバー。つまり犯行現場に隠し扉が存在しないことが証明されてないから推理できないなんて。
Guess I don't count that one, yeah. Can't start theory building just because no one's yet proven that hidden doors don't exist at the crime scene.
甘ったれたあなたはミステリー失格。その時点でゲームオーバー。
ゲームオーバー？
ミステリーで解釈する戦いをしてるつもりだったんでしょ。ならミステリーのお約束にちゃんと従わなきゃ。
Kind of annoyed you as well, yeah. Like if you're gonna use something from outside and you say it's this rule or whatever, yeah. Yeah, it does bug me, but I'll just move past that. She had a strange face there for a moment. I wonder why Bernkastel is so expressionless for so long until this point. Oh, and here she quickly makes herself expressionless again. Huh.
そういうことよ。すべての犯行現場には隠し扉が存在してはならないの。だからその存在を確かめる行為はすべて時間の無駄ってわけ。
お前が言ってるのはあれだろ？どこかで聞いたな。推理小説の条件10か条みたいなやつだったか。
ええ、そうよ。希代の魔女狩り大司教ノックスが振りかざす魔女をうがつ10本のくさびよ。
Nox, the peerless archbishop of witch hunting.
それこそが魔女幻想というファンタジーと真正面から戦い打ち破るための正しい武器。さすがベルね。厄介な武器を持ち込むこと、ファンタジーの大敵だわ。
犯行現場を調べもせずに隠し扉の存在を初めから否定できるなんて、俺にはそれこそファンタジーだぜ。
魔女側を受け持つラムダはファンタジー。それと戦う私はミステリー。あなたはただファンタジーを否定してかわし続けるのがやっとのアンチファンタジー。何から何まで反対だけど対案は一つも出せない。あなたどっかの国の政治家みたいね。
Why is this so correct?
うるせえぞ。お前たちとわけのわからねえ話をするためにここに戻ってきたんじゃねえ。さっさと話を続けろ。
静かになさいよ。あんたの後ろの眠り姫が辛そうよ。
When he turned around, he saw Beato's living corpse resting in a chair. However, sweat glistened all over her body, and it felt like she was breathing a little harder than normal. She looked as though she was suffering from a high fever.
ベアト、どうしたんだ？大丈夫か？
Battler, why do you care?
大丈夫かって。あんたおかしなこと言うのね。その子を殺すためにあんたは戦ってるんでしょうが。あんたに合わせて第5のゲームを改装しているけれど、ゲームは今ベルンがかなり追い込んでいて魔女幻想を打ち破ろうとしているの。その存在が否定されかかってるんだもの。苦しむのは当然だわ。
あなただって今金蔵が存在するわけがないと魔女幻想を打ち破ったわ。あなたの攻撃がベアトに通った証拠よ。彼女のその苦悶は。
I tried to at least wipe away the sweat on Beato's forehead with a handkerchief. Why are you being so nice to her? It's true I promised Beato that I'd let her die, but it was supposed to happen peacefully. Yeah, remember the Andreborger. I wasn't planning to make her suffer first. Really? I mean, past you would have loved that. My goal isn't to make the sleeping Beato suffer like this before killing her. As if they had seen right through to my mixed feelings, the two witches grinned
姉貴が遺産遺産って騒ぐから親父に聞かれちまったんじゃねえかよ。
Any idea how long this last scene is? Or, well, this next scene? It's like 11:20. I'm not sure if I should stop here. I think it's not long. Can't imagine the siblings speaking so much. You think I should keep going then? Yeah? Okay. We'll keep going a little bit then.
私のせいじゃないわよ。どうしようもないでしょ。
At least until a scene change.
たまたま廊下にいて聞かれてたなんて事故でしょ、事故。
予算か二人とも。今回は運が悪かったと思って諦めるんや。男の機嫌なんてほっとけばコロッと治るもんやで。
Wait. Happened to be in the corridor and heard. Overheard you, or because you kept telling about the inheritance. So well, I don't know if this is current, but I guess they're saying that Kinzo overheard them talking about the inheritance. If it's current, that must mean that somebody like dressed up as Kinzo or something. All our bad luck this time. Oh no, that means it must be current. It must have been something that just recently happened. Somebody dressing up as Kinzo?
気分を害したお父さんがおかしな衣装を残さないでくれるといいわね。
Oh, well, that's... Wait. Well, they didn't see him this year. So... They didn't even have to have Kinzo or somebody dress up. Maybe just make them sound like Kinzo? Because this is still 1985, I think. The relatives took a deep breath and fell silent.
こら、マリアもはしゃがないの。
Oh, yay! Rosa and Maria.
エンジェちゃんが転んだらどうするの。
Wait, what? Oh, right. Because this is 1985.
お待たせしました。船の準備が整いました。
I was like, wait, what's Ange doing there? We have read said no one mistook Kinzo by sight. Yeah, that's why I said they didn't see him in 1985. So maybe somebody outside the door sounded like Kinzo. Tried to give the impression that Kinzo was there and heard them. And that's why they think he's upset and everything.
ほな行くで。今はぐちぐち言っても始まらんで。
Yeah, so they wouldn't have seen Kinzo.
またのご来島を心よりお待ち申し上げております。
Natsuhi was sitting on a bench in the rose garden, looking completely worn out. However, when she noticed that Ken and Kumasawa were coming back, she immediately sat up straight, regaining the dignity of the head's wife.
船は出ましたか?
Oh, maybe you thought of this? That was only like 5 minutes. We'll go a little longer.
はい。たった今、出港なされました。
そうでしたか。見送りご苦労でした。主人はどうしてますか？
先ほど、お部屋にお戻りになりました。
It's been a long time since seen episodes 5 to 8. Yeah, we'll take a little gamble. Do a little gamba.
お休みになられるとのことです。
Since the previous day, Krauss had been almost overwhelmed by anxiety over the thought that Kinzo's death might be discovered. When the family conference ended, his weariness must have suddenly got a hold of him. However, the way he had refused to let even a sliver of his true intentions slip out, and the manner in which he had managed to act as though everything was normal, showed that Krauss's nerve was nothing to sneeze at.
どうでしたか?
If only Krauss's nerves could be backed by some intelligence.
彼らはお父様のことを不審がってはおりませんでしたか？
いいえ。親方様に遺産分配の話を立ち聞きされたと。エヴァ様などはそれは大騒ぎでしたとも。ねえ。あの慌てっぷり、傑作でしたね。
はい。大層取り乱しておいででした。
しかし、熊沢もなかなかの演技力ですね。あの廊下での慌てっぷりは、本当にそこにお父様がいらっしゃったかのようでしたよ。
You know, I just thought of something. We know that the servants and Natsuhi and Krauss know that Kinzo's dead. But what about Jessica? Like, surely they wouldn't be able to hide it from Jessica, who lives there all year long.
熊沢さんはそういうのが大変お上手ですから。
あら、やだやだ、褒めすぎですよ。
熊沢の病欠の電話は簡単に信じないよう、よく現地に行っておかなくてはなりませんね。
それは手厳しゅうございますよ、奥様。
本当にご苦労でした。お前たちと源氏とシャノンには約束通り過去1ヶ月分の休暇の買い上げと新たに5日の有給を与えます。
Bribes.
秘密の手当ですよ。取得に際しては源氏と相談し、他の使用人たちに気取られないように。
ええ、心得ておりますとも。ねえ。
熊沢さん、声が大きいです。
おお、いけないいけない。
I was like, it's not even all the servants who know. Yeah. 'Cause, I mean, there are supposed to be other servants that go in rotation. So I guess maybe there are other servants here right now. We might not see them.
そうですね。この話はこれまでとします。 各自通常のお勤めに戻るように。そうそう、ゴーダに特別にお茶の用意をさせました。いただくように。
Natsui let them know she wanted to be left alone for a while, so she could drink some black tea in the rose garden. The black tea that had been carried all the way to the bench was the Sri Lankan tea dimbula that she had promised Beato, along with some peace. Sitting on either side of the snack, staring at it curiously, the wife of the head and her witch could be seen.
これがパティスですか。私はてっきり焼き菓子のようなものだとばかり。
Apparently Natsui, not realizing that it had a curry-like spicy flavor, had started choking after putting it in her mouth. To describe it in Japanese terms, it was like fried dumplings stuffed with mashed, curry-flavored potatoes. As a household dish, it would probably be pretty popular with the kids. However, it was something of a shock to Natsui, who expected that a treat to go with tea would be sweet.
知らんのか？ディンブラといえばこれだぞ。紅茶ならクッキー。
Black tea always goes with cookies.
ああ、チョコでもよいな。日本茶なら羊羹だが、塩昆布でもよい。
Bean jelly with Japanese tea. Kombu also works.
中国茶なら小籠包。
Chinese tea goes with Chinese dumplings.
わらわは月餅も好きだ。
Okay.
驚きました。随分と文化に詳しいのですね。
But if Beatrice... if Beatrice is just imagined by Natsui, then I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I sort of get the feeling that Beatrice represents somebody here. The question is who? I don't really think it would be Shannon. We haven't seen Shannon here. But I don't know who else it would be. I don't think it would be Rosa. After all, Rosa just left. Hmm.
まあ、伊達に千年は生きておらぬ。世界の名茶は一通り試した。お茶の世界旅行といったところか。確かに、それは立派な世界旅行ですね。このような紅茶の楽しみ方もあると、今日初めて知りましたので。これは貴重な体験です。わらわは六軒島より出られぬ身。これくらいしか旅をすることはできぬでな。そなたはどうか。富豪の妻らしく世界を優雅に旅してきたのであろうが。ジェシカが生まれる前は主人はいろいろな国に私を連れて行ってくれました。嫁ぐまでは一度も海外旅行をしたことがなかったので、どれも新鮮な体験でしたよ。
So Natsui traveled a bunch. Maybe Beatrice just is a reflection of Natsui.
そなたも窮屈な家に生まれたらしいな。厳格でしたが素晴らしい教育を施してくれましたよ。それを窮屈と呼んではお父様とお母様に失礼です。雄弁に窮屈であると語っておるわ。
Krauss might have pitied Natsuhi. Or he might have wanted to take her away from the rigid Ushiromiya family for a little bit and let her rest. Or he might simply have wanted to take his wife around countries he knew well, to show off everything he knew.
主人はお父様と違ってアジアの国が好きで、香港、台湾、韓国にタイ。
And then Umineko was cancelled in China. Oof.
マレーシアも行きましたっけ？クラウスめ、金蔵の西洋かぶれに反抗したつもりか。
The 80s, yeah.
しかしアジアも良いぞ。日本人は丸ごと西洋かぶれだからな。外国といえば西洋しか想像せん。西があれば東もあろうに。私も西洋の知識はそこそこにありましたが、東洋の知識はあまりなかったもので、旅先でいろいろと主人にからかわれましたっけ。
Ryoto subtly peered into Natsui's heart, as the latter grumbled that the trips had been very tiring.
いいか？これは瓶籠という、ここでは庶民的な嗜好品だ。
It looked like a small, round, gourd-like nut that had been smashed, with cucumber wedged in it. An areca nut. At a glance, it looked as though it would probably taste like pickles.
なるほど。これをかじればよいのですか。
As she tried to bite the one her husband was holding, he suddenly moved it away. It felt kind of embarrassing, like she was a fish after some bait.
まあ待て、瓶籠には食べ方がある。確かにかじるのは正しい。かじる、もぐもぐと噛む。しかし食べてはならない。
かじって噛むのに食べてはならないのですか。
うん、かじって噛む。食べてはならん。そして汁も飲んではならん。胃を痛めるからな。
わかりません。どうしてそんなものを食べなければならないのです。
ガムのようなものと思え。
Young Natsui sounds quite different. He looks sort of different as well. I mean, well... Yeah, she has a different feel to her, I should say. Not that she looks different, she has a different feel to her. Of course she looks different, she's younger. I don't know, she has like a sort of a country girl vibe. Like a humble upbringing. Even though I know she's supposed to be from a pretty wealthy family or something. But maybe it's just because they're in a different country and they're more casual.
噛んで味を楽しむ。噛んだくずと汁はこうして紙コップに吐き出す。
This is before Jessica was born. It's probably around 20 years or more. Yeah.
お口の中が真っ赤ですよ。拭いて拭いて。
What? Even her favorite handkerchief, which she had wiped Krauss's mouth with, had bright red marks on it. Something that's poisonous if eaten or drunk, and it makes the inside of your mouth so bright red. And having to spit something out after you put it in your mouth. How indecent. Thinking this, Natsui adamantly refused Krauss's invitation.
嫌です嫌です。結構です結構です。
こういうのは異文化体験だぞ。
We're traveling if we don't do things that can only be done here. Krauss kept chewing, ignoring the fact that even his lips were being colored bright red.
こいつは親父殿も好きでね。昔は取り寄せたのか、屋敷のテラスでももぐもぐやっていたものだ。夏日が来てからはやめたようだがね。
Interesting.
ほら、君が私よりも尊敬する親父殿も愛用していたんだぞ。ほらほら、遠慮なく試したまえ。
Ouch. I'm just imagining having to say that a person you respect even more than me talking to your wife. Oof. That's gonna leave a mark.
いやいや、やめてやめて、あなた。
During travel, Krauss had the innocence of a child. He didn't even conceal his jealousy of the respect Natsui normally gave Kinzo. Just being able to see that side of her husband made traveling all the way to another country worthwhile. Krauss urged her even harder to bite it, but Natsui, undaunted, ran from place to place and finally yelled that he was being too pushy. Krauss was miffed the whole bus ride. What a child, to let a little thing like this get him down, Natsui thought exasperatedly. Then a native tour guide in the bus took out one of those areca nuts and started explaining about it. It had apparently been a beloved luxury item in these parts since ancient times, similar to tobacco. Just like in Natsui's case, it was starting to be disliked by young people and was becoming obsolete. Furthermore, it was treated as a good luck charm in this area, and was known as a symbol for couples. She looked at her husband's face. He turned away abruptly, but it looked like his cheeks had gotten a little red. Aww.
んで、夫の肩に身を委ねて手なんか握っちゃったりしたわけか。なんだ、そのたら夫婦結構純愛ではないか。燃え上がっちゃったであろう、そのバント感。
Oh my. Beatrice, please. If only he wasn't such a dumbass, yeah. Seriously. Ugh. Red-faced and avoiding Beato's eye, Natsui tried to hide her embarrassment by swallowing the patisse whole, chewing with her cheeks puffed out like a blowfish. Beato said, "Yep, this is the best snack anyone could have with tea," and nodded several times, a broad smile on her face.
もっとも、それも新婚の頃の話です。今は六軒島を出ることもできぬ身、カゴの鳥ですよ。それを言うならわらわも同じよ。死ねども死ねども六軒島よりは逃げられぬ。カゴの鳥はわらわも同じだ。 あなたのことは知りませんし、詮索もしません。しかし、軽んじれぬ境遇であったことは察します。
老名主を気取るつもりもないわ。同じカゴの鳥同士、せいぜい仲良くしようぞ。わらわはそなたを気に入ったぞ。
そうですか。ありがとう。
この度の親族会議における使用人たちへの指示や采配は見事であった。金蔵が何時にどこにいて、何をして何を残したか、それらを見事に共有させ、矛盾なく組み上げた。それらの緻密な計画書は高度な魔法陣のそれと同じ美しさがあったぞ。
To make it look like Kinzo actually existed and was living life his own way, he had written his schedule for the day down to the finest detail and made the servants follow it to the letter. When did he meet whom and where, and what did he leave them? When did he do what and where, and what changed? As a result, even though the relatives never saw Kinzo even once, they hadn't suspected in the slightest that he hadn't been there. Eva and the rest truly believed that Kinzo had just happened to be walking through the hall when he heard them talking about the inheritance, and went into a rage. Everything had gone just as Natsui's plan had predicted, down to the finest detail. Oh, you know what? Like, if they had somebody pretending to be Kinzo walking through the hallway, they didn't even have to speak. To make them think that they went into or that Kinzo went into a rage or something, they could just have him, like, I don't know, smash a pot or a vase, whatever. You wouldn't even have to say anything, and they would just think it was Kinzo. Or somebody came out to see what had happened. Somebody else could tell them, well, yeah, Kinzo was here and he heard what you were talking about and he threw a pot. Kumasawa acting like she sees Kinzo. Exactly. And the cooperation by the servants had also worked smoothly, down to the finest detail.
万一にも知られるわけにはいかぬ秘密ですので。
Yeah, they said Kumasawa's acting was amazing. Oh, okay, yeah.
念入りに策を練りましたか。
その緻密さと意志が絶対の成功を呼ぶ。どうやらそなたは魔女としてはラムダデルタ教の一派らしいな。それを魔法と自覚したならば、いつでも魔女見習いを名乗れるレベルだ。
Mentioning Lambda Delta.
それを魔法と呼ぶなら、熊沢あたりは差し詰め、仮病の魔女ですね。
Kumasawa, the witch of feigned illnesses. Nice.
忙しい日に限って腰痛で休むと連絡があります。毎年親族会議の日にはいつもです。
ああ、熊沢は違う。もっともっと高位の魔女であるぞ。正体知ったら驚くぞ。
Of a much higher level. I mean, is this referring to Virgilia? I don't know. Do you think this would be a good place to stop? Know how long this little interlude's gonna go on for. There's not much more? Okay. Okay, we'll continue. I just don't want to, like... Yeah, you know me, I just don't want to be dragged into like an hour-long section and then not have a good stopping place. Watching these two have their pleasant chat was another pair with steam rising from their black tea. However, this second pair was in a world that the first couldn't see, where golden roses bloomed.
ロノウェが気を利かせて、同じディンブラとかいう紅茶を入れてくれたぜ。
It felt as though Beato muttered something. For the first time, it felt as though something had gotten through to her. Surely she had taken an interest in the black tea and felt like drinking it. Thinking this, Battler took Beato's cup in her hand, making her hold the cup. Beato's eyes trembled sadly, and her fingers shook, almost as though she couldn't even move her fingers as she wanted to. It was mourning the fact that she could no longer enjoy the tea she had once loved by her own power. That's how she looked. So Battler put his hand on Beato's, grabbed hold of the teacup, and lifted it to her lips. Then, though it was only a single mouthful, Beato sipped. The days they'd been locked in a killing fest with red swords and blue wedges already seemed like the distant past. Now, not only was Beato unable to do that, it was even difficult for her to make her body do as she pleased. Even just drinking a mouthful of black tea like this was hard.
どうだ、バラの匂いが素敵な紅茶だよな。口に合うか。
Battler, why are you like this? Of course, Beato didn't respond.
どうしちまったんだ。これもまた作戦なんだろ。落ち込んでるふりをして後でバーッと驚かそうって作戦なんだろ。
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Could be real, it might not. I still wouldn't be this nice to her. Why is he being so nice to her?
それが狙いなら、もう二度と同じ手には乗らねえからいい加減にしろ。
Really? Because it really seems to be working.
お前がそんなざまじゃ、こっちも調子が狂うんだよ。なあ、そろそろ引っかかったなバーカってバカ笑いしてくれよ。どんなネタもあまり引っ張りすぎると笑えなくなるぞ。二番煎じなら特にな。笑ってくれ。
Battler starts to understand magic.
あそこで夏日おばさんとお茶を飲みながらケラケラと笑ってるみたいに。せめてニヤーっと笑うくらいはできねえのかよ。
Maybe he's fully on copium, yeah.
二度とないわ。その子が笑うことはもう二度と。
Those sudden words were exceedingly cruel.
どうして二度となんて言える？ベアトの笑う権利を勝手に奪うな。
Battler, please.
あら、赤で言った方がいい？
Shook my head furiously. Then, with an expression that didn't reveal her thoughts in the slightest, Bernkastel spoke while looking at Beato's face. And the word she used was completely incomprehensible to me.
おめでとう。
何がだ？
Bernkastel spoke while looking at Beato's face. Congratulations. Huh.
ベアトがそのざまなのは、あなたが勝ったからこその結果だからよ。
何を言ってやがる？
あなたはかつてのゲームで言ったわ。これは互いを苛む永遠の拷問だとね。そうよ。ベアトにとっても拷問だった。そしてその拷問ゲームにあなたは勝ったのよ。だからベアトの魂は殺され、人形同然の屍になり果てた。
俺がベアトを殺したと言うのかよ。
勝敗はどちらか一方の勝とうとする意志がくじけた時に決まる。あなたとベアとの戦いという意味においては、すでに前回決着がついていたのよ。まあ、あなたにとっては預かり知れぬうちにだろうけれども。
なら、俺の勝利なのにどうしてゲームが終わらない？どうしてこのゲームがまだ続いている？
その子の足首についてる足かせ、ラムダが施したルールなのよ。
Even if Beatrice tries to yield or gets discouraged or gives up, she isn't capable of stepping down from the game. That's the rule. Or maybe it's a curse.
かつて私はあなたをサポートしたわ。あなたには知覚できないだろうけど、あなたにとって有利な展開とヒントが与えられるように、私はあなたに助力した。だから今あなたはここにこうしていられるのよ。覚えてる？私に助けられたこと。
Yeah, that's where you confused Battler and met her? Maybe. Bernkastel stared at me. It's true I wasn't aware of it, but just maybe I was saved by her.
同じようにラムダはベアトをサポートしてるわ。そして今度はベアトが屈しようとしている。だから今度はラムダが屈しないようにサポートしたわ。それが足かせ。投了を許さないことによってベアトをゲーム上救ったわ。
何をどう救ったってんだ？
本来ゲームは2つの終わり方があった。どちらかが負けを認めて投了するか、どちらかがチェックメイトでゲームに勝つか。ベアトはその前者に抵触しかけた。だからラムダはそれを潰し、敗北をギリギリのところで回避したの。ゲーム上は立派なサポートだわ。
So the only way this game can end now is if I win. At the very least, until I do win, this witch called Lambda Delta can probably try to buy time for Beato to make a comeback. But that'll just prolong Beato's suffering even more. Neither of us want that. Both Beato and I fought with all we had, trying to win. The game repeated several times because we were both giving it everything we could muster. Then, that one time, we confronted each other head-on with all of our strength. Beato acknowledged her loss. She said she wanted me to end this game, and entrusted everything to me. Though Bernkastel's words are the truth. She said it's my fault Beato has become a living corpse. That's true. But it's something both of us wanted.
俺たちの勝負はもう決着している。なのにゲームは終わらない。
Has Bern ever lied to us? Yeah.
だから、ベアトは俺に託したんだ。早く勝って、このゲームを終わらせろってな。
Now that the game's been resolved, letting it continue any further means endless torture for Beato. Nothing more than a nightmare. I've got to give her a perfect checkmate, end this game in the truest sense, and let her rest in peace. For that reason, I'll keep fighting. But by continuing the game, Beato's eternal torture will continue. Felt as though I could only let her sleep peacefully by slowly strangling her to death.
もう俺には真実なんてどうでもいい気がしてきた。ベアトの気が済んだなら、もうゲームなんてどうでもいいだろ。
Really, Battler? Really? Really? Ange died for this.
ベアトは投了した。俺は魔女幻想の真実など捨ておいて、家族と家に帰る。それでいいじゃねえか。
Well, how are you going to abandon the truth of the illusion of the witch and return home with your family? That... How does that work? These feel less contempt for Battler than for Krauss? Yeah. Yeah. If only Lambda Delta hadn't placed the curse of that shackle on her, this battle would be over already. That's why I found it detestable. This game, which I can't finish without tormenting Beato more. Detestable.
何？真実に近づいたら、ベアトが苦しそうな表情を見せるようになったんで、急に手心を加えたくなったの？なら好きなだけ手加減するといい。あるいは、ベアトに勝ちを譲ればいい。そして、妹に孤独で悲惨な未来を無限に強い続ければいい。
Bernkastel spitting facts. Okay, I don't trust Bernkastel, but seriously, are you even trying, Battler? Like, what happened to wanting to go home for your little sister? Seriously, where is all that resolve? Why did it get Thanos snapped?
そういうわけじゃねえ。
That's right. I have to return for Ange's sake as well. Oh, now you remember? I know this isn't the time to start feeling compassion for Beato. Oh, do you now?
ならきっちり殺しなさい。その魔女を。
Even though Beato was right there, Bernkastel spoke without holding back.
あなたの目的はこの女を殺すことよ。あなたは前回のゲームでベアトに壊れて口にしたわ。お前を殺すってね。
ああ、そうかもな。だがそれはお前にとやかく言われることじゃねえな。
Okay. Was Bernkastel really complaining about that? I mean, I guess you could sort of call it a complaint. I don't know.
知ってる？爪を剥ぐときはね、一気に剥いでくれた方がマシなのよ。あなたみたいに優しくおっかなびっくりとぐりぐりもたもたと剥がれる方がよっぽど痛い。あなたのしてることの方がよっぽど拷問だと思うけど。
Again, she has a point.
慈悲があるなら一気に殺しなさい。それが殺すということよ。
余計なお世話だ。俺がこいつにどう引導を渡すかは俺が決めることだ。お前もあのラムダデルタという魔女も関係ない。俺が殺す。他の誰にもそれは許さない。
その意志に変わりがないならいいわ。私はあなたにかけてるのだから。いい？決して忘れないことよ。このゲームに決着をつけない限り、あなたが解放されることは決してない。あなたにだってこのゲームを放棄することは許されないのだから。
分かってな。
ラムダの狙いは分かってる。ベアトと同じようにあなたにも繊維喪失させて、二人とも生き人形にしてこの世界を永遠に安定させることよ。そんなの嫌でしょ。私も困る
わ。お前の都合など知ったことか。だが俺はゲームを捨てない。ベアトとの戦いの責任を放棄しない。
目的が同じで嬉しいわ。そしてそれは躊躇なくその子を殺せるということよね。
そうだ。
I have no way of knowing whether those words eased her pain or hurt her, but I can tell by the dull tingling in my chest that I surely believe I've hurt her. Huh? Again, why does this matter? I have no way of knowing what the silent Beato feels. If I think I've hurt her, does that mean she's actually been hurt? And if I didn't think I'd hurt her, would that mean no one's gotten hurt because of me? What? What?
で、あそこで夏日とお茶を飲んでるベアトだけど大丈夫よね。
ああ、大丈夫だ。
金蔵の時と同じよ。ベアトリーチェなんて存在しない。あれは魔女の力を借りて危機を乗り越える妙案を思いついたと信じる夏日が生み出した 偽りの魔女幻想。
Yeah, okay, so yeah, this Beatrice doesn't exist. It's just a reflection of Natsuhi.
二人が並んでお茶を飲んでるように見えるのはゲームマスターであり物語の語り手であるラムダデルタがそう解釈しているからなだけよ。
Okay, so they're going full into unreliable narrator.
夏日に対し一片の愛も持たずに凝視できたならそんな幻想が見えたりはしない。 だから私の目には夏日が一人ぼっちで黙々と紅茶を飲んでるようにしか見えないの。
Bernkastel has no love. It cannot be seen. Now, without love, it cannot be seen. Because love is lacking, it cannot be seen.
あれは夏日が見せている妄想。あそこにベアトリーチェなど存在しない。
Beato mumbled softly. It was a small voice that made it sound like she was in pain. The thorn of Bernkastel's truth had stabbed into her chest.
ああ、そうだろうな。お前の推理は正しいと思うぜ。だが、それをベアトの前で口にするな。
どこで口にしたって同じよ。ここはベアトの世界なんだから。
あと、こいつを擁護するわけじゃねえが、夏日おばさんが本当に未知の人物 X、ベアトリーチェと名乗る人物とこうしてお茶を飲んでる可能性だってあるんだぜ。この光景は1年前のものだろうが、この日の島の人数が赤き真実で示されてるわけじゃない。
That's true. Yeah, this scene takes place before everything happened, so there could have been another person with her.
そうね。この日の六軒島の人数についてはラムダも赤では語ってないわ。
なら、夏日おばさんが本当にベアトリーチェと名乗る女とお茶を飲んだと主張することもできるんだぜ。俺にお前の説を否定できないように、お前だって俺の説を否定できないんだ。だからそこにいるベアトが幻想だと断じることもできないぜ。
ああ、猫箱理論。それベアトには通用したかもしれないけど私には通じないわよ。
どうして？
だって夏日はそこで一人ぼっちで紅茶を飲んでるんだもの。
There was a violent sound of glass breaking, and the Beato who laughed happily and cracked jokes about Natsui's newlywed years was erased. A lonely wind blew, and the one person who remained on the bench drinking tea with a tired expression was Aunt Natsuhi, all by herself. Sad. Beato groaned. I could see clearly that she was in anguish. Another illusion of the witch had been smashed, drawing Beato towards death. In short, this is what the battle to let Beato rest in peace is all about. A second ago, Bernkastel likened our fight to the torture of tearing fingernails out. If I have to tear them out anyway, then my last bit of compassion towards Beato should be to minimize that pain. In other words, even if I want to minimize her pain, I still have to cause it. I have to accept that look of anguish on her face. And at the same time, I realized what a merciless thing the red truth was. Right now in this rose garden, there is no one except Aunt Natsuhi. In other words, there are no observers except for Aunt Natsuhi. So if that lone observer were to say that she'd had some tea with Beato, no one should be able to refute that. If there's something no one can deny, doesn't that mean it's truth? Aunt Natsuhi is enjoying the roses and drinking tea together with Beato. How could anyone have the right to mercilessly trample on that pleasant moment?
赤き真実はまるで刃物だ。魔女と戦う上で時に推理を切られ、時に反撃の武器となる刃物だ。
知ってるわよ。それが何？
みだりに使うな。刃物は使うべき時に使えば道具だが、悪意を持って使えば凶器でしかない。
True enough, Aunt Natsuhi wasn't really drinking tea with a witch. However, saying that with the red truth probably has nothing to do with our game. Our game is the tale of October 1986. The 2 days of the crime give us more than enough time to injure each other, with our red and blue blades glistening.
これは魔女幻想じゃない。夏日おばさんのプライバシーだ。それを暴く権利なんて誰にもあるものか。
この場に魔女が実在して夏日とお茶を飲んだと認めてほしいの？あなた魔女を否定するんじゃなかったの
？1986年10月4日から5日の2日間のゲームについてはな。だがそのゲーム版の外についてまで俺は魔女の存在を問うつもりはねえぜ。そもそも悪魔の証明により魔女の否定は不可能だ。そしてこのゲームのルールに従い赤でそれを語るのもステイルメイトで禁じ手だ。赤き真実でさえ魔女の存在を否定はできねえんだぜ。
That's a good point.
確かにまさかあなたに魔女の存在を語られるとはね。さすがラムだ。バトラーを人間犯人説と魔女がいてもいいという気持ちのうまいこと中間に引っ張り出してきたわ。人間の心を操るのに本当に長けている。私ももっとあなたを応援しないとまずいわね。
お前らなど知ったことじゃない。消えろ。これは俺とベアとのゲームだ。お前たちに私はしない。
Just when I thought Battler was being cool again. But my game!
嫌よ。
何？
だって私もこのゲーム楽しんでるんだもの。
Concern. Yeah, that smile. That damn smile. Bernkastel disappeared, leaving only that unpleasant laugh behind. After that, all that remained was Natsuhi, sipping tea all alone. Beato, her hand still on the teacup as she stared blankly at the surface of the liquid. And me.
ベルンカステルにラムダデルタか。
Doesn't even be over soonish, I imagine. Or it's almost finished now. Yeah, that's what you always say. Yeah. That's fine, it's fine.
ワルギリアはお前の友人と言ってたが。
It's like when I keep missing look of the day. Like, oh, surely this time I'll get it. Nope.
お前、友人は選ぶべきだったな。いや、むしろ性悪なお前にはお似合いなのか。
Oh, Battler, you made her sad. Beato didn't answer. Battler took Beato's hand, made her hold the cup again, and brought it to her lips. Beato made a quiet sound in her throat and drank another gulp. Then, Natsuhi's lonely tea time ended. That truth, which was Natsuhi's alone, and observed by no one else, had been defiled. In Natsuhi's world, surely, that tea party, which had been peaceful despite her annoyance at Beato for making fun of her too much, came to an end, and the two of them parted ways. However, in Natsuhi's exposed truth, he was all alone. Natsuhi tottered away. On the bench, only a single person's cup remained. Sag. The Nocturne of Truth Illusion. Oh. So then next week we'll start with Jessica. Yeah, they almost had me in the first half, not gonna lie. I thought that episode 5 was gonna be like possibly weirdly short. I was like, nah, surely they won't do that. Looks like this will be as long as any other. But for anyone who is unaware, there are links to Discord, YouTube, and Twitter in the chat if you're interested. You can always find those links in the About section underneath the stream, or below the About section underneath the Socials banner. Oh yeah, remember to save. I actually might have forgotten. So thank you for saying something. Well, let's see, tomorrow? I guess I will do Ender Lilies. Yeah. I mean, I haven't really thought of anything else to replace that. I mean, I have a few other things, but I feel like that would be more desirable at this moment in time. I don't know. You know when the Guardian Tales update is? I do not. I imagine it'll be like next week or 2 weeks from now. I think it's usually an update on Mondays. If Jeremy said it was next update, then probably 1 or 2 weeks from now. Let's see, if I look up World 17... Release date... Okay, set to release on August 24th. Okay, so I think it released this past week for Korea. So I think that means that next week it'll release for everybody else. For global servers. I think. Oh, yeah, here we go. Set to be released on September 5th, 2023 globally. That'll be next Tuesday, actually. Okay. Yep. Oh, yeah, I think it happens like an hour after midnight or something. And we'll check that out next week. I imagine that might take, well, actually, yeah, if that's going to take a day or two, because I imagine that'll take a while. Maybe it's better not to start Ender Lilies this week. What else do I have in the backlog? What do I have in my backlog? Something I could play relatively quickly. I could do, let's see, Valda's Story, Abyssal City. Is in my backlog. That's supposed to be like, it says on howlongtobeat.com. It says about 11 hours average, the main story. Although it can take longer if you're leisurely. I mean, I could do some other ones that might be better for short times. Like, I have Gensokyo Wanderer. That might be something that it's sort of easy to just pick up and put down whenever. I don't know if that really has a... How long is Ender Lilies on here? Let's see. Ender Lilies is listed at about 12.5 hours for the main story, 19 hours for main and extra, 21 hours for completionist. Okay, I thought that would be longer. But you know what? I'm sort of feeling Genso Wanderer, because I have been wanting to try that out. Like, I've had it in my library here for a little while now. And I feel like I need to get my occasional dose of Toho in. 19.3 for 100% your playtime? Okay. But yeah, so the plan is going to be to try out Genso Wanderer. We'll see how that goes tomorrow. Oh, I still have Remnant 2 listed as playing. Need to fix that. I'll do that after stream. And then next week will be Guardian Tales World 17. That'll probably just take next Tuesday and Thursday. And then maybe after that we'll do some Ender Lilies, we'll see. I'm pretty hyped for Halloween month. 1 month away. I don't know why. I like the atmosphere of October because of Halloween. Hey, Tuesday, didn't you say it comes out just after midnight? Well, after midnight on Monday. Yeah. Monday night. I think it's like an hour, maybe 2 hours after midnight because of daylight savings and all that. Oh yeah. So yeah, that'll be the plan for this week. We'll see how Touhou Genso Wanderer goes tomorrow. See if I'll continue that on Thursday. Just as sort of a YOLO week. And then Friday will still be Library of Runa. Yeah, I don't know if... I guess I don't really have anything lined up for Sunday. But, yeah. And honestly, I'm not sure if I'll really be that interested in Genso Wanderer. I think it does look interesting, but it's one of those games where it's like, I think this looks neat, but I'm not exactly sure if I'm gonna like it. But in that case, I always have Hollow Cure to back me up. I could do some more Hollow Cure. People seem to enjoy that, and I enjoy that. Yeah, we'll just have to see how it goes. Nothing about any game to try on Sunday, especially if it's free. You saw someone playing a fun little free game yesterday. Alien Squatter. Alien Squatter. Homeless extraterrestrial living in a futuristic version of Japan, struggling to live in this new style of RPG. It's a free game. Okay. Interesting. Okay. You know what? I will add that to the library. And we can give that a shot on Sunday then. We'll see it. Yeah. Again, I won't guarantee that I like it, but I'll play it for a while and see how it goes. Seems like a very unique game. But yeah, I did like the Lilith wants to buy your soul thing. I thought that was pretty neat. But it did feel like it just sort of fizzled out. Like it wasn't quite satisfactory at the end. I don't know. It left me wanting more. It didn't really feel like an ending. I don't know. But I do appreciate it. I think it was pretty neat. And I sort of like how the dev was like, no, you only get one shot at this unless you delete the save folder. Took me a while to figure that out. Or how to delete the save folder. I wasn't sure where it was at first. yeah, it was neat. Okay, I've just been sort of waffling around here, but I think it is time I end the stream. Oh my, it's 12:30 already. So anyway, thanks for being here. Hope you all have a great rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. Don't worry, don't worry. You have a good rest as well. Learn not to trust you this half of Umineko. I mean, we already knew that, but I did it anyway. So really, it's my fault. Anyway. Yeah, I'll see y'all around. Bye-bye.